Hey everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, we're out in the flight sim world. Welcome everyone. This is Viper Strike 95 Flight Simulation, and today we're back here at Zagreb. So yes, we're doing leg 3 of our journey today. This is actually going to be longer than the 2 legs combined we did last Sunday to start off the journey. It's great to see you guys here today. I hope you're all doing really, really well. As Uncle B Sim and Super Typhon 173 are in the chat. Hello, hello. Good to see you both. Shout out to Uncle B Sim's channel. I can't believe that he actually did he manage to actually land the 747 into Tokyo. He took off from San Francisco and made his way into Tokyo Hanada. Pretty crazy stuff today as well. So I hope you're doing well, my friend. So today we have a very cool trip today in Europe. So we're gonna actually check out, and hello FD1003, good to see you, my friend. So we have a little nav map. So where are we going to be heading towards today on stream? We're going to go ahead and pull out the planner here today. So let's check out. So we're going to take off here from Pliso Airport, circle back around. We're going to actually head over to the Adriatic Sea. We're going to fly over some of the beautiful areas in the west coast of Croatia. We'll be visiting the oldest settlement in Croatia, Zadar, which should be a very beautiful area to visit. Then from here, we'll be flying in the Adriatic Sea for quite a bit, 341. Then we're going to head over to the city of Corfu, on part of the Ionian Islands in Greece. Continuing on down the coast, we'll be visiting Lefko, and then we'll be heading towards more. We cut through some of the bridges and areas right near the islands, and then we're going to pass over the city of Kornith, and we're going to actually fly along the Isthmus of Kornith, which is a canal that connects this part of Greece to the other side. Then we'll fly our way over to Athens. We'll be paying a visit to the Acropolis and the Parthenon. And then afterwards, we go around the mountain and land at Lima Golf Alpha Victor. So we're going to be visiting Athens as well. 686 nautical miles. This is going to be longer than the previous legs we've done. But we don't have to rest, so we can just go straight there. How long would the stream be roughly? I say 4 hours, depending on how fast I can get this DC-3 started up. But no worries, if you could, no worries about you're about to go soon. No worries, it should be around 4 hours. You should have enough time to get back. But we'll just be flying through mostly the Adriatic Sea today. So we're back in our Breitling DC-3 journey. But before we get started with the DC-3, I have a slide. We'll be going over the leg. Let me go grab the book. Go grab my DC book. Boom. Okay, let me go over and grab the notes for the book. So this is leg number 3. And let me go ahead and start this on March 12th. March 12th, 2017. Here it is. So during the sector, the crew had planned a special event over the city of Zadar in Croatia. The first public flight display of the season was taking place, so the DC-3 went over Zadar and flew in formation with the Croatian display team in their Pilatus PC-9s. After doing a few flypasts around the public, we left the formation to head south while the PC-9s were continuing to perform the display. The weather conditions were good, and they fully enjoyed the scenery. Croatia has thousands of islands on the west coast of Dalmatia, and they overflew them at around 1,000 feet at sea level. And when they approached Greece, the passengers were glued to the windows as they looked at the Patras Bridge, Gulf of Kornith, and Athens. So that will be that is the notes for today's flight. Pretty short, not important. So I set it to calm winds, and we just have some nice calm weather for today. Just nice and peaceful today. So we should have some nice peaceful weather. Let's get back to the DC-3. I've already loaded up with full fuel, so we don't have to. Okay. On. Ground power on. Lights. There we go. Gonna go ahead and turn on, pull the mixture. Gonna go right main tank. Gonna go left main tank. Go. Power all the way forward. As long as it's not as long as, it's not gonna be long, trust me. The longest leg of the journey is going to be from over here to Shemya. That's gonna be the longest leg, and that's gonna be 10 hours. So we got that all on. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna energize the right engine. We're gonna energize the right engine a bit. It's gonna be nice and energized. Oh yeah, I need to turn on the top flaps. Top flaps are nice and open. Once these engines are primed, we're going to go ahead and mesh them. Let's see. On. Okay. He's on. Okay. Let's see if this ends up being stable. I'm going to crack it open just a little. Hey, she's on. Awesome. Okay, that's engine number 1 taken care of. Engine's on. And let's see, let's check the left engine, and it's looking good. And let's see if it uses 7. It looks like it is going to keep it stable. Yeah, I think it's good. Our engines are good. All right, that's quick. Much faster than the last time, guys. Not bad at all. So the runway we're going to taxi is we're going to take off from 04. Let me go ahead and set the gyropilot, this ferry. I'm going to go ahead and set it to 191. Subtract. Okay, that looks good. All right. And now we're going to go taxi. So guys, by the way, if you guys want to join along with the group, we're going to be in Southeast Asia. We're going to take off from Lima Delta Zulu Alpha. What I recommend you guys doing is I actually recommended. I recommend you guys taking a DC-3 or something similar that can go at least 160 knots. And if you don't have any of the 3, I mean, you all should have a DC-3. It came with 40th anniversary. But if you don't want to fly the DC-3, but if you don't like those other options, you're free to take whatever plane you want, as long as it can keep up with the DC-3. I'm not going to force you to fly something else. You're going to be heading off. Well, thanks for coming along, FD1003, for coming along in today's stream. I really appreciate your company. I hope to see you again soon. I hope you have a good time as well. So yeah, guys, it's great to have you guys here as well. I'm happy to finally do another leg of the DC-3 flight again. basically for the first part of the way, we're going to cruise around 5,500 feet, and then we'll descend once we head to the Dalmatian Islands. So we're going to go ahead and do some flying from here. Oh, and by the way, I've already took care of the weight issue, and I've already fuel, and we're going ahead and take off. Oh, there you are. Oh my goodness, Kazaki Flyers here. Yo, Kazaki, the DC-3. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Kazaki. Awesome. Oh, he's in the Firefly Air one. Oh, nice. 37, 78, and we're flying. We're out here. Yeah, you can't go wrong with a good old school DC-3. You just can't. I'm going to go ahead and just take one picture for the Discord, by the way. Just one quick picture. Oh. One cool picture. I usually take these pictures on the Discord, so you guys can always have access to check them out for you. And we're gonna head back to the destination. Head back to Zagreb. So this is Pliso Airport, the busiest and largest airport in Croatia. Okay, and we're gonna turn on ferry switch. Good. And we are going to put heading halt. We're gonna pull our heading. And it should take care of the rest of the heading and stuff. So welcome, guys. So now we're going to head back to heading, and we are going to climb a little bit. Let the gyro power pitch up, and we're already back in the air. And by the way, guys, I do have a Discord as well. This is where I put all the updates for my streams, and I also have a particular section for the Breitling DC-3 flight that we're doing. It contains not only the complete flight plan, but also the book that I did for all the notes for the series, and the livery that we'll be using for today. You can also find it in the exclamation point livery, and you have the DC-3 livery we are using for the trip. Hello, Iceman. Good to see you, Iceman. I hope you're doing well, my friend. So yeah, this is leg 3 of our DC-3 flight. Man, I can't believe we're already in leg 3 already. Pretty crazy that we actually are flying a DC-3 through much of this. But Iceman333 is another streamer from my local state of Indiana. It's great to have another Hoosier here. How long is this flight going to be? It's going to be about 4 hours. I mean, we got off really quickly, so it might be around 4-hour flight. I think it's going to be 3.5 to 4 hour flight, depending on how fast we're going to be going. But basically, we're heading from Zagreb into Athens, but we're going to follow the route they did, Iceman, and we're going to fly through Zadar and through the Adriatic Sea. So we're going to be over water for much of it. So that's what we're going to be. No worries about the cap locks. No worries. I mean, it happens. Sometimes you may not know it, and you actually get the cap locks. It's happened. So let's see who's flying with us today. we have Kazaki Flyer with us as well. So here's Kazaki as well in the DC-3, more specifically the Firefly Air DC-3, because, well, that livery is an absolute beautiful DC-3. Okay, I'm looking at the online, and it says that we're about 3.6 million XP, and we're only 1.4 million XP away from a new hub for Firefly. Awesome. But yeah, it's great to see you. I'm looking for a raid prospect, but you'll be done too soon. No worries, Iceman. No worries, Iceman. I appreciate you considering me for the raid, but I hope you give it to someone who really is deserving for another raid. But yeah, thanks so much for coming along, Iceman, and I hope to see you soon. So yeah, I wanted to ask you guys, I hope you guys are currently having a great weekend so far. For me, I've just been working on more notes for this channel. This channel's worked on a lot of notes. Hey, good to see you, Angry One Horn. If you guys really like all-around great channels, check out Angry One Horn. He was actually with a couple of other content creators like Raw Mall, Splasher 6, and Fluxtron. He did the whole airmail thing event yesterday, which was quite a lot of fun. But yeah, definitely check out Angry One Horn's channel. He makes some great flight sim content. He does all sorts of flying, mainly GA. So check out his content. And also, another shout out to my longtime friend, Kazaki Flyer, as well. I really enjoy his history streams. I really do enjoy them. And definitely, it's great to help a smaller content creator. So yeah, it's great to see you, Kazaki. He says, hello, Viper. I actually woke up early enough to join you. You watch me enough. Thank you so much. Hey, no worries, Kazaki. It's great to see you on the air with me again. You have a great show, and I like to read better streamers than myself. Yeah, there's a lot of great streamers myself, and I am a good show myself. I do enjoy the content I do. But yeah, this is beautiful here. This is the Croatian countryside. Croatia's got tons of natural parks in the area as well. And it's a pretty diverse country despite being in Europe. So, I'm going to go ahead and lower the pitch slightly. I'm going to lower the pitch. Howdy, howdy, Infidel Fireman. Good to see you, my friend. Oh, you're gonna fly over Reunion Island. Ooh, that's a cool little place. For guys that don't know about Reunion Island, it's actually part of the French Islands. It's off the coast, eastern coast of East Madagascar. It's east of Madagascar, right next to the island of Mauritius. But this area is really cool. Despite being a small island, it's got some really cool geographic features to visit. It's a great little place for a quick flyby. It's definitely a place I would consider flying around. Probably in a small GA plane like a Cub would have a lot of fun here. Mainly GA, but the next leg of the Mediterranean Nimitz tour will be in the 737 business jet. Oh, why do I do this for myself? Hey, no worries, Angry. I mean, it could be worse. You could be doing that next leg in the Blériot or the ultralight. It could be much worse than the 737 business jet. Trust me. I've done flights in both streams. Across the Atlantic. Yeah, exactly. It's not that bad. But yeah, it's not that bad. Like, being in the Atlantic is not all that bad. At least in a business jet. It's boring, but I mean, it could be worse. Oh, check my whispers. Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks, Iceman, for checking that out. I'll look at that one. Okay, I got it. Altitude, and we go to the jump. Oh, that's cool. So you added a couple push strips and helipads all throughout Reunion Island. Ooh, that's gonna be. Thanks for sending that to me, Iceman. I really appreciate it. Alright, guys, we're going to be around 40, or we're pretty far away. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about some MSFS news, if you guys don't mind. We got quite a bit of a trip. Looks like nothing new came for news, except the Embraer E175 is coming out on January 10th, in just 2 days, as an early access plane. Now, I did see both Fabio and Merc stream about the E175. I respect the honesty of the studio who's doing it. I respect their honesty, which I think is a big plus. Is they're pretty honest, which I actually respect that. I mean, look at the Cessna 414. It released in beta, and look how good they update the plane, and now it's one of the best GA planes you can get. So, if it can actually do what they did for the Cessna 414, keep updated, it might be potentially a great little regional airliner. But I'm going to pass it probably until later, to be quite honest. But it's not a bad plane. It probably needs a few more good updates to make it a very good little airliner. At least they're not paying top dollar for it, at least. 3357 may seem expensive, but I remember the Cessna 414 came out in beta and it was $40, I believe, which is pretty expensive. So I mean, it's not bad. I'm gonna pass on it, but it doesn't look bad. Hello, Phlox. And speaking of the Foxtrot is one of my absolutely closest stream friends. I think he's one of the other communities I've met for the first time. Awesome dude. Congratulations on passing 500 followers, Phlox. You've been more than deserving of that for quite a long while now. You make some excellent streams, and I enjoyed every one of them. You and Treetopper make an amazing duo. And guys, I really want you guys to check out Phlox. I mean, he's been really good. And he was also part of what Angry One Horn and a few others did yesterday. So definitely check out the channels. Yeah, we're flying the DC-3 Phlox, and we're going to head our way into Athens. We just took off from Zagreb, which is the capital of Croatia, by the way. And we're not alone. Kazaki Flyer's with us, too. In a Douglas DC-3 as well. Yep. But yeah, we're going to head to the highest point of our journey. Once we hit that point, we're going to go ahead and start descending to around 1,000 feet. Yes, we're actually going to go around 1,000 feet for this next one, so we're going to descend to there. And that way we can check out Zadar and fly over the west coast of Croatia. I mean, imagine some low level flying, guys. But yeah, it's great to have all you guys here today on this leg. At least the good news is that since we don't need to have any stops, you can just, once we keep going, we can go straight. So I want to talk about Zadar for a bit. I know we're not going to be there for quite a little while, just a little, about 50 nautical miles, but there are several things I do want to talk about the city. For one, it's actually the oldest settled, continuously inhabited city in Croatia. And it's actually been settled, give me a second, look. Ah, Zadar, there, I found that. Let me just go ahead and start this. Ah, there is Zadar. Is one of the oldest settled cities in all of Croatia. It's been around since the prehistory days, but it was first settled by the 7th century BC, making this one of the... In fact, it's actually on the 9th century BC. What am I saying? 9th century BC. It is the seat of Zadar County, and it covers an area of 25 square kilometers, and a population of 75,000 people live here in Zadar. This city is very, very rich. It is the historical center of Dalmatia. It is the county's main political, cultural, industrial, educational, and transportation center. And its heritage is extremely rich. As a result of it, it is one of the most popular tourist destinations in the country, and is named the entertainment center of the Adriatic Sea by the Times, and Croatia's new capital by the Guardian. UNESCO's World Heritage Site has listed the fortified city of Zadar as part of the Venetian works defense between the 15th and 17th centuries. Stadio de Terra, Western Stadio de Mar, in 2017. Basically, for those that don't know, these are fortifications that were built by the Republic of Venice on domains in the mainland of Europe and in the sea, known as the Stadio de Mar and Stadio de Terra. And Zadar is actually one of them. Yeah, a lot of people didn't know this, but Venice was actually a very prominent city-state, sovereign state during the for 1,000 years. But it grew especially during the Renaissance era, especially with its extremely wealthy merchant class. Zadar has been around since then. It's got tons of really cool little landmarks, like the Line of St. Mark, like the Copenhagen Verda, the landward gate. You have the chest of St. Simeon. In Zadar, you have St. Danta's Church. And again, this city's gained its structure in the Roman times. It's even got some stuff from the Roman period, like the Roman Forum, which is the largest Roman forum in the east side of the Adriatic that was first founded by the first Roman Emperor Augustus in the 3rd century. You can find most of the Roman remains used for the fortifications. There's the famous Church of St. Dantas from the 9th century, St. Anastasia's Cathedral, Romanesque church built in the 12th and 13th century, and it's the largest cathedral in the region. And of course, this area is also rich in culture, like the Croatian Theater House, the National Museum, and the University of Zadar. And of course, one of the more notable people is Pope John the Fourth, who is the 4th Pope of Rome, John the Fourth. And of course, the most famous modern person from this area is actually none other than one of the great stars of professional football, Luka Modric, born and raised in Zadar. Very famous football, possibly one of the greatest midfielders in the history of the sport, they said. So yeah, that's a little bit about Zadar as well. It also has its own international airport, and it's keep increasing in popularity due to how much popular Zadar has been as a destination. So that is going to be the city. TV brain overload. Hey, no worries, Iceman. You were too cool. You should be a history teacher. No, I love history. I would be a pretty good history teacher. Hey, Romans, what have they ever done for us? Good to see you, Mongo. Yeah, I love the history stuff, Iceman, and well, that's going to be the tip of the iceberg for today's stream, because once we hit through Zadar, we'll be learned about Greece and all about Greek history and everything. So we'll be learning about that. Usually when I do a country series, I just talk briefly about the countries a little bit, like each section does something different. But for these around the world trip, I wanted to do them all in one stream because we're going to be in the air for a long, long time. So it's just something for you guys to keep an eye out, okay? Yeah, Zadar's a really cool little place. Yeah, definitely a very important historical lesson. We'll be covering all that today. Like I said, this stream will be covering all sorts of history stuff that I compiled. But we should be approaching the city of Zadar soon. So just taking a break, I'm going to have a little break from information. But look at that. We're getting very, very crazy to think about. So, okay, there is a little airport. It looks like a little airport. Oh, this is actually an airbase. If you look, guys, to our left, that looks like an airbase. It's nicknamed LDZA Air Base to our left. There it is. There's a little airbase. Ah, cool. How about that? Oh, yeah, you have another whisper. Okay. I'll check it out. Ah, okay. Okay. Thanks for sending that out. Yeah, I do have bots once in a while, but okay. Hey, good afternoon from Liverpool. Good to see you. Great to see you, Kingsman. Welcome from the Liverpool. Good to see you. Good morning from the United States state of Indiana. It's 10 here now. Yeah, it's 10:36. Oh my god, 10 bots, really? Oh. Oh, you'd be happy to help? Oh, okay. I'll grant you a temporary mod status. Here you go, Iceman. I think you're now a mod. I give you mod duties, Iceman, so you can help me. Yeah, mod me for 10 minutes. No worries, Iceman. Let me know when you get done modding that, and I can deal with it. But thank you so much, Iceman, for volunteering. I appreciate it. Like, sometimes, like, I do mod stuff, but I'm not really good with the bots and too much, so. Hold my beer. Yeah. No worries, my friend. No worries. But yeah, today's a beautiful day here in Croatia. Like I said, this countryside's definitely pretty. But I think things are going to get better once we enter the Adriatic Sea. once we get to the Adriatic Sea is where I think Croatia would really show its beauty. But this is definitely a very pretty countryside, very much so. So yeah, my plans for this, I think I decided what to do for Wednesday stream. I'm planning on taking the 737, and I'm thinking about heading from Quito, and I wanted to do an approach over to Cusco, actually. I was thinking about doing a Cusco approach, so I'm thinking that would be for Wednesday stream. Which would be a nice, decent stream from Quito to the city of Cusco. There's a really crazy approach in Cusco through the mountains. And I wanted to do that on stream. That would be a really fun one. That would be Wednesday's airliner stream. So yeah, that would be my plan for that one. There's Kazaki. There you are, my friend. And hey, Mongo's with us too. Nice. Okay. We're about to turn left 224 degrees. 20. Right there. Perfect. Left. Yeah, we're about to hit to the mountains point, but once we do that, we're free to get going. We're about to head off to the Adriatic Sea, so I'll talk more about that once we get past that part. About the big O Adriatic Sea. But yeah, it should be really fun to visit Zadar. We'll take a picture or two over the old city, and head our way down to Athens. Yeah, we're making really good progress here today. Yep. Yeah, everything's going pretty well. Like I said, I'm glad to be back stream. Thank goodness. Imagine if I didn't get the internet issue solved. Oh God. I would have to do this whole flight on my own, and it just wouldn't be the same. But yeah, I appreciate all you guys actually here enjoying today's stream. I wanted to ask you in the chat. I hope you guys have had a great weekend so far, and hopefully you guys have had a really good time with family and friends as well. I've just been playing a lot of Mario Kart 8 recently, enjoying the Booster Course Pass DLC that came with Mario that just came out last year for Mario Kart 8. It's a great, like I said, Mario Kart is a fantastic little as well. I really enjoyed Mario Kart 8. I've also been doing lots of research. I mean, most of the new research I've been working on is mainly for that big flight that's going to come a lot later, but it's going to be the most important leg of that journey, and that is from Obihiro to Shemiya. 1,200 nautical miles. And it's going to be a long one. It's going to be over 10. It might be around 10 hours that we might be doing that stream. Insane. A 10-hour stream. I appreciate you banning the bots, Iceman. I really do appreciate it. Getting rid of a lot of those bots is a very, very good thing. I appreciate the work you've done. Really do. Yeah, we're getting near to the mountainside, so this should definitely be... But once we get past the mountainside, we'll get right into the Croatian coast. And there will definitely be some really good landmarks. Right. All clear. All clear, sir. Not as bad. I got 3. Okay. All right. I'm gonna. Okay. I'll demod that. There we go. It's all clear, Iceman. Unmod. Yeah, on the mod clear, duties are clear. Check your whispers. Oh, okay, looking at that right now. Actually, no, I need to check, update mine. No problem, happy to help out to go but be working. Thank you so much, Iceman, for coming along today. Give a shout out to Iceman, he'll be streaming later today. Like I said, thank you so much for volunteering and helping out with cleaning bots. I appreciate it, my friend. You'll be deeply appreciated. I really do. Okay, guys, here's the mountainside of Croatia. Because if you look at your Google terrain, you can see the mountainside goes through much of Croatia's mainland. Oh, come on, no. No. Okay. Stutter. Okay. A stutter. Oh God, I actually dread this. Hey, Kazaki Fire, long streams. Wait until we get the Lancaster, Munich, England to Munich. yeah, that's true. They yeah. But at least in this stream, you don't have to worry about getting shot down. That's also another thing too. In this stream, it's not very likely that we're going to get shot down, unless the guys who orchestrated all this really mess up. Alright guys, so we can see the Dalmatian coast. Here it is, guys. But we are going to descend slightly. Let's see, we're going to descend to around 1,000. Head and lower the flop. We're going to start making our descent. We're going to make our descent over into the island. Compensate, we're going to increase the pitch. Just going to go. Yeah, 23 of you all are coming here today. That's awesome. Awesome that everyone's coming here. So yeah, we're going through the many islands off the Dalmatian coast. But it's definitely a beautiful sight to see, that's for sure. I'm just saying pretty rapidly. No searchlights, no flak, no night fires. Yeah, this is heaven. Yeah, it is. And you have the beautiful Croatian scenery to look at, so you have no reason to really worry about. I'm going to go ahead and lower the pitch again. We're going to turn 172 degrees. Okay. There we go. And we're going to fly over downtown Zagreb. Let's look out here, guys. So we have Mongo and Kazaki. I mean, look at this. Look at this, guys. This is nice. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. And by the way, I'm tracking this through lane rate monitor. Yep, it's stunning. I'm part of the I'm not doing this for Firefly Air. We're using the lane rate monitor, so I'm using this to keep track of all the logs of all the around the world trips I've done so far. So this is what I've been using to keep track of all the around the world trips so far that we have been doing throughout the lake so far. So I'm going to continue descending again, just a little bit further, 1,000 feet. And of course, if you guys want to check out my Discord, I do have it as well, the Discord. And if you guys are not been following yet, and you like the content of this stream, and you want to continue supporting the channel, why don't you click on the follow button? Check out all the content of my streams as well. And of course, I also have a VOD for it. I do have a VOD. So yeah, great to be with you guys here today. Hey, FAA-DZL, we don't have to jump out of the back of it. Yes, you don't have to jump out the back. Yeah, you get to actually enjoy a DC-3 flight without all the risk. Of course, the only risk I have to worry about is if the flight authorities, however, don't get the permits. That would be their issue, is they have to get all the permits for what they have to do. But yeah, this flight has been really enjoyable so far. We're about to enter Zadar LDZA-LGAV. We'll be heading to the beautiful Croatian city of Zadar. If you didn't know, Zadar is the oldest continuously inhabited settlement in Croatia, and it's very rich in its history. Particularly a lot of the fortifications and churches make this a very enjoyable city to check out and visit. And look at this, we are right next to the city of Zadar. So I'm going to go ahead and grab my drone. We have Alpha Whiskey, Mongo, and Kazaki in the DC-3. And here's the beautiful Breitling DC-3. You can get this livery on Flight Sim TO. This livery comes only for the classic version, though if you have the Got Friends expansion pack, there's a special version with floats. But for some reason, the only issue I have with it is it's not in the retrofit version, which is what Cowboys actually flew in IRL. They flew because that one has been retrofitted with modern avionics. And there is the Sea of Zadar. Whoa, we are going really well. Yeah, we're going a little low. Yeah, I'm gonna raise it up. I'm gonna raise the pitch a little bit, so we don't accidentally crash into one of the buildings. So here it is, guys. Welcome to Zadar. Beautiful, beautiful area here. Like the whole Dalmatian coast is really well done in Sim. There's so many beautiful cities along the coast. Like there's Split, there's Dubrovnik, and more. But this one is the oldest one and most historic. Oh my goodness, who was the raid? Oh, Jimbo Fox with the follow. Good to see you, Jimbo. I'm waiting for them on the Xbox. Oh, that's right, I forgot you're on Xbox. So here it is, guys. Here is Zadar in beautiful Croatia. Hello, Jimbo Fox. Good to see you. First time chat. Welcome. Welcome to Viper Strike 95 Flight Simulation. We are doing, on Sundays, we're doing the Breitling DC-3 World Tour. Yes, and believe it or not, this is a historic flight recreation done by Francisco Julio, along with Breitling and a few others. And this is going around the world. We just started in Geneva last Sunday, but we'll be heading to all sorts of famous places. We'll be heading through places such as Athens, which is where we're heading to today. We're also heading to Tel Aviv, Dubai. We'll be visiting Phuket, Taipei, Sendai, Anchorage, Seattle, New York City, Boston, and more. So we'll be visiting tons of locations in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So we have tons of places to visit. I also do Wednesday streams as well on 1700 Zulu. I'll be doing a variety of different content. I'll be doing anything from airliners to bush planes to even touring cities. But yeah, do I fly a Cessna? I can fly both. I don't fly in real life, but I do enjoy both the 152 and the 172. They're really cool planes to have in the sim. Very enjoyable planes. Yeah, I've heard so many years about the Dalmatian coast, but I've never seen what it is. Oh, it's a great place to visit, Foxtrot. If you ever wanted to go check out the Mediterranean coast, it's definitely a very beautiful area. Like I said, there's a reason why people love visiting Croatia. I mean, because of all the really cool buildings, historical landmarks. It's definitely a place I want to check out. man, it's absolutely beautiful here today. And yeah, we're gonna fly through to the Adriatic Sea. We're gonna overfly much of this area at around 1,000 feet above sea level. So we're a little low, but like I said, we're going to increase as well. But man, so we have Kazaki Flyer, Alpha Whiskey, and Mongo. Yeah, by the way, guys, this is also a group flight. Like, you are all welcome to join in on these flights. In fact, it's encouraged to join along with the flights because, like I said, I want to have fun with Mongol people. Like, I could stream by myself, but with you guys, it'd be much more enjoyable. So, man, this area is just... And that's something I was mentioning in the book. It's speaking about the book. This is the book here that covers the flight. It's called The Legendary DC-3, Around the World by Francisco Guglio. It also has amazing photography done by Katsuhiko Tokunaga, who's a very well-known aviation photographist. He's worked on many different display teams and everything. In Stormars SD with the follow. Thank you so much, Stormars. Croatia said to be undiscovered gem of the Mediterranean. Oh, absolutely, it's been for years. But yeah, I'm glad it's finally getting the recognition it deserves because Croatia is an absolute beauty of it. It's the gateway between the Mediterranean and the Balkans. It's got a beautiful mix of traditional and classic stuff. Yeah, so many awesome people here today, guys. Thank you so much for coming along. But yeah, this area is absolutely beautiful. It's great. Yeah, it is discovered. Friend all is right. Oh yeah, and yes, I do love the sound of the engine. The DC-3 is an amazing sounding plane. I absolutely love the sounds of a DC-3. It's just, DC-3 has been one of my favorite historical planes for a long time. That and the younger D-52 are two of my favorite historical planes. I love those planes. I love those two planes. And I'm glad we got two pretty good ones in the Sim. And yeah, the DS2 Beaver, the Beaver's also fantastic. The Beaver is quickly becoming one of my go-to bush planes. It's great. I'm gonna go ahead and turn a little bit to the left. Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and talk a little bit about the Adriatic Sea. I'm gonna go a little slower. So this here, guys, is the Adriatic Sea. This is actually the body of water that separates the Italian peninsula from the Balkans. Yes, the Balkan peninsula is actually real. But the Adriatic contains more than 1,300 islands, mostly alongside the Croatian part of its eastern coast. The Adriatic shoreline is populated by more than 3.5 million people. The largest cities are Bari, which is actually the largest, followed by, of course, the iconic city of Venice. Then there's also Trieste, which has been divided between Slovenia and Italy, but that's another Italian city, and the city of Split as part of the Adriatic Sea. Some of the earliest settlements were Etruscan, Illyrian, and Greek settlements. However, by the 2nd century BC, for much of ancient history was controlled by the Romans. Then during the Middle Ages, it was controlled by a series of states, mainly the Byzantines, which is this Eastern Roman Empire, was called, the Croatian Kingdom, the Republic of Venice, the Habsburg Monarchy, which is the Habsburg Empire, and the Ottomans. Then during the 20th century, it's been controlled by now modern states. Now, currently, the Adriatic Sea is bordered by quite a few countries. Croatia, Italy, Albania, Montenegro, Slovenia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Obviously, the longest Adriatic coastline is definitely Croatia, over 5,835 kilometers. So put that in perspective, the next largest is Italy, which is much less at 1,272 kilometers. The smallest is Bosnia. Bosnia barely even has anything in coastline. It's only got 21.2 kilometer coastline. It's probably because the weird borders of Croatia kind of allow that to happen. In terms of other things about the Adriatic Sea, the average depth is 851 feet deep. So how long it stays flight? It's going to be around 3-4 hours. My compliments on your style, that you're not playing music. But actually, I do have music as well, in the background. I do have music, but it's actually classical music. I'm playing classical music because I think it's much more tame on the ears. Now the hydrology of the Adriatic Sea is mainly due to its coast. It's pretty asymmetric, which allows different currents to be quite different. And the surface temperature of the Adriatic Sea is around 72 to 86 degrees in the summer, and it's much chiller in the winter, but it's not bad, 54 to 57 degrees Fahrenheit in the water, except for the northern part, which drops to 48 degrees in the winter. And of course, the Adriatic Sea is home to quite a few flora and fauna. Around the area, you can find different kinds of algae and seagrass, but you can also find some pretty unique animals living in the region. Obviously, there's a common animal known as the bottlenose dolphin. They live around the eastern coast waters. But in the Croatian coast, it provides refuge for the critically endangered monk seal in the Mediterranean monk seal, which is less than 700 individuals surviving. You can find fin and sperm whales around. These are some of the large animals that can live in this area. And of course, you can also find tuna here as well, but increased fishing prevented the migration of these fish. And of course, there's lots of beautiful protected areas around the coast. But yeah, this area has a very long history. It's had site of many famous battles as well. And of course, fishing and tourism are a big part of living in the Adriatic Sea. Fishing is still a huge deal, with most of the fish being caught here in Croatian waters being sardines at 44, followed by anchovies, tunas, and other fish. And of course, you can't forget tourism. After all, I mean, you have some very beautiful tourist destinations. You got Trieste, of course, you have Venice, Split, and more. So yeah, a little bit about the Adriatic Sea. We're going to cover over a little bit. Look out for a pig in a Red Sea plane around here. What? Pig in a Red Sea plane? I see a Spitfire. Oh, look at that. There's a Spitfire. Oh. But yeah, you're more welcome to follow along, Denzel. You're always welcome. Oh, look at this Spitfire. That's awesome. Alpha Whiskey. Here's Mongo. And there is Kazaki Fire. I think I'm going a little faster. 177 knots. Maybe we're going a little fast. But man, it's just great. It's beautiful. You never watched the movie Porto Rosso? No, I have not watched Porto Rosso. I have not watched that movie. I never heard of that movie before. I apologize. I'm not really into Japanese movies very much. Now, we would be flying over a lot of Japan on this journey because that's where the plane's been for over a month, is in Japan. So there would be way more to cover for that part of the journey. But yeah, I might be interested in watching it though. But basically the plot evolves around a Italian World War I ex-fire race now as a bounty hunter. Oh, Miyazaki is a legend. Ooh. Yeah, Miyazaki, yeah, he is a very famous, for guys that don't know, Hayao Miyazaki is the one who founded Studio Ghibli. And he created a lot of very famous animation films in Japan. He's done animation work for other films. But his most famous were Ghibli, and they include some very famous films. Castle in the Sky, My Neighbor Totoro, Porco Rosso, but his most successful film, and probably the film with the greatest legacy, was absolutely Spirited Away, which is one of the most famous films of the 21st century. At least animation. Yeah, it is. But yeah, it is. But he's definitely a very famous. Yeah, very famous guy. Absolutely. I'll talk more about Japanese animation when we get to Japan, Kazaki. We'll talk way more about it as well. Yeah. He's also done a lot of animation work with Toei, and he did Puss in Boots, which actually, here's the funny thing, that Puss in Boots TV series later became the mascot Toei, and Toei later came on to work on Dragon. This is another very famous. Yeah, definitely a very famous director. Just want to keep a low fly around the coast. Yeah, it's great to be back with everyone again as well. Just make sure I have a good altitude, make sure I'm not... You in live weather? No, I'm not in live weather. I said to calm winds because I checked the map, he says, and it has good visibility, so I picked a weather with good visibility. Oh, where am I at right now? Okay, let me pull up my nav map, and I'll show you what I'm at. Here it is. I am located right here. So in fact, if you take off from Lima Delta Sierra Papa, which is which is Split's main international airport, you will be able to catch up with me pretty quickly if you pick a fast enough plane. That goes around 170 knots. You'd be perfect to catch up with. Yeah, that is where I'm at right now. Yeah, that explains it. Yeah, because by the way, Kazaki, I based all that from the notes. So I read the book, and the book tells me everything I need to know about what they did for notes. So pretty cool stuff as well for the DC-3 trip. And for guys who are here for the first time, the reason I decided to do this DC-3 trip around the world was because with the DC-3 coming out from Microsoft Flight Simulator, I actually looked for an around the world trip. I wanted to look for I wanted to do an around-the-world flight, but I want to do something with the DC-3, because that is such an iconic plane that a lot of people were extremely hyped for to see a DC-3, because for many people, that was their favorite plane when they grew up. So I found this flight, I got the book, and it turned out to be a really interesting trip. They've done a lot of planning, like all land permits and everything, the maintenance. I mean, people forget this plane is 77 years old. It's at the time of the flight, it was 77. It's currently still flying today in Turkey, all those years later. So technically the plane's now over 80 years old. It's an old bird. Yeah, oh, the winds are pushing you a lot? Yeah, the winds in this area can be kind of hectic. That's usually what it is around the coast. So to our left, we can see, here's Alpha Whiskey. So in this side of the coast, we would see one of the other larger cities in the Adriatic Sea, the city of Split. We're about 300 nautical miles from the first waypoint. 300 nautical miles left to go to our first waypoint. Yeah, we just cracked the 550 follower mark. That's crazy. So far, like 50 away from 600. That's already off to a fantastic start. Just a great start for the channel as well. Let's get back outside for a little bit. Let's return back to the outside part of the cockpit. Let's look outside. There's Mongo, Kazaki Flyer. I see Alpha Whiskey. Yeah, you can definitely see from the left side the Adriatic coast as well. Yeah, your research justifies your numbers. Oh, definitely. Yeah, I put a lot of work, and I think the whole community really appreciates the hard work I've done. But yeah, there's so many awesome people as well with it. Like I said, I take a lot of pride in the research and the work I've done for all my streams. I take so much pride for it. I've already worked on over, I think right now, on my thing. Let's see how much I've worked on so far. With all the new slides, it's now bumped to over 540 slides. I am not kidding. And I haven't even gotten done with entering the United States. I've just got started working on the United States slides, which is the Shimya Cold Bay slides, which is going to be all about American history. It would be it would be the most slides of any topic, but only because the link that I'm going to be doing that slideshow on is 10 hours. I have to do something for that time. That's the only way that's ever going to work. I mean, I'm still kind of antsy about the 10-hour flight, even though we're nowhere near that. Hey, Flight Derek, good to see you. Yes, we're in Southeast Asia. Split Airport at Lima Delta Sierra Papa is the closest airport. It's right to your top left. So, if you want to go one little further ahead, Lima Delta Sierra Bravo, known as Brock Island, will be your next closest airport. Or if you don't mind taking from a dirt strip, You can also take off from Lima Delta Sierra Hotel. Write a book, My Journey as a Flight Simmer. Imagine that being something. Viper Strike writing a book. Oh, would that be something? That's for sure. Yeah, this area is definitely very pretty. Now, obviously, if I were to do flight simming and do my own flight plan around the coast, I would do it start in Saturday and just go around the coast, visit all the different little islands, and you'd probably end up somewhere in Dubrovnik. But it would go through all the major islands and the coast. That would be something I would do. Good to see you, Fly Darren. I hope you're doing well this weekend. First time chat. So Darren, we're doing a DC-3 flight around the world. This was done back in 2017 by the folks, by Francisco Julio, along with the folks at Breitling. And this was a plan that he wanted to do since 2013. But he has waited for 3 years, and Breitling rejected it for the next 3 years. And he decided to take the DC-3 until 2017, when they were finally accepted to it. Let me go show you the how it actually came to happen. How did this DC-3 trip end up happening? So I have the book here, which I take all the notes for the journey we've done from this book, which I have right here. I have this at all times. So that way, if you guys have any questions about the book, I will probably give you the notes. But it features some amazing air-to-air photography. So if you ever want to get your hands on the book, you can find it on Amazon, but also at your other bookstore online. So you can probably find that. But this DC-3 has actually got a really, really long history. You see, this DC-3 was originally made for American Airlines back in 1940, named Flagship Cleveland. Then she entered military service between 1942 and 44, part of the U.S. Army Air Forces in Europe. Afterwards, she became part of Trans-Texas Airways, and she remained there until 1968, when it received a total overhaul in '69, and it continued its career with Provincetown Boston Airlines until 1987. Travel Air bought the DC-3 and then an extensive overhaul that took 2 years. And then after coming in limbo in January 2009, our pilot, Francisco Julio, purchased the plane from Dakota Air Service, and it's now identified as Hotel Bravo India Romeo Juliet. And this was actually something he was wanting to do for quite a while for this legendary Swiss watchmaker Breitling, who is very famous for a lot of their aviation watches, particularly their chronometers. And they've been around since 1884. And this was his dream. It took him, his project was presented to him by Francisco to carry 500 to 1,000 nap time watchers, which is special edition watches, for 6 months. And it would gain a lot of media attention, and it would have made the 77-year-old DC-3 the oldest plane to ever fly around the world. They liked the concept, but were rejected 3 years in a row. Then Katsuhiko Tokunaga sent an email with an invitation to an air show. And then the next year, Breitling actually agreed to it. And that started the DC-3 dream. And they worked with a team of volunteers, mechanics, pilots, almost daily to prepare the added modifications to the plane. And basically, the variety of people worked on different tasks. Raphael, who was one of the other authors of the book, he worked with the avgas, and he handled the airport handling. Yannick worked for the flight permits with some of the plane routes. Peter Mengeler took care of logistics, engines, spare parts, and oil. Aerotech worked with the maintenance work and coordinated with the aviation authority. Clive Edwards did the inspection, and Paul Baisley, who is another very well-known person with it, he made sure he took care of the fuel system in this DC-3 so he could do it for some of the longer trips. Breitling HQ did all the media events. Katsuhiko, of course, took care of all the photography in this book. This book has some awesome photography. It really is. And of course, Francisco, who is the author and he's the pilot, he managed the entire thing. communicate with Breitling, and keep everything in track. So that is how the flight came to be. A pretty cool little flight, and it's great to see an old bird actually fly, at least. So yeah, originally before I came up with that, I looked at the 1924 DC-3 1924 round the world flight, but I found out that someone else was already doing it. Plus, I don't think there was very many planes that could do a lot of that sort of flight, so I thought it would be best to find a DC-3 around the world trip, and thankfully I found this one, which I think I'm very, very excited by the way. And also as well, I do slideshows every single stream, so you guys get tons of information to know about the places we're flying. But yeah, that is everything you need to know about how this journey got to be now. And I will go over this every single stream, just so that way you guys who get here for the first time want to know how this journey came to be and how it works. So I hope that makes everything pretty clear to you guys. Clear to everyone. Yeah, it would be cool to write a book like that, because that happened. My experience as a flight simmer. That would definitely win probably a few Oscars and a few Globes. So in terms of how long we should be for the trip, we are around 497 nautical miles remaining of our trip. I'm going to go ahead and check how much gas we have. 73 nautical miles of gas. So we have 47% left in the main tanks. 94 gallons remaining. Now I will once in a while keep changing the tanks, so let's... Okay, we are about less than half of the left main and right main tank, so we have less than half of each. Oh. So once that gets a little lower, I'll go ahead and switch the tanks and continue with the rest of the flight. Yeah, absolutely beautiful today as well. Now, mind you, if this would have been an airliner and I got everything set up for the airline and stuff, I would have probably already been landed by now in Athens. I would have gotten pretty much ready to land if this was an airliner flight. But we're not we are an airliner, but not in a jet. Mongo, there is Kazaki, and look at this. All this is the Adriatic Sea. But we can actually now, I'm actually going to start rising up in altitude. So let's rise up in altitude for a little bit. I want to get away from the ocean for a little bit. Now they said now that we've flown over most of the Croatian Adriatic Sea, we can now rise up in altitude. So we can get there a little safer. We don't want to, yeah, I wanted to ask you guys a simple question, if you guys don't mind me asking. If you guys have any questions about this DC-3 journey and want to ask me more about some questions in general, don't be afraid to ask me some questions. I think it'd be great for the chat to answer along with the questions. But if you guys have any no more questions, I'm actually going to go ahead and get something started. And we're going to talk about the country we'll be visiting today. Yes, Greece. Greece is one of the most famous countries in the Mediterranean, in the Balkan Peninsula. Officially, the country is known as the Hellenic Republic, situated in the Balkan Peninsula, located in the crossroads between Europe, Asia, and yes, even Africa. It is bordered by Albania to the northwest, North Macedonia and Bulgaria to the north, and Turkey to the northeast. With a population of 10.4 million people, Athens is Greece is one of the smaller areas, but it's very famous for its capital and largest city, Athens. Greece is definitely very famous for being the cradle of Western civilization, being the birthplace of many things: democracy, Western philosophy, Western literature, historiography, political science, major scientific and mathematical principles, theater, and the Olympic Games, all founded in which is the bedrock for Western civilization here in Athens. Pretty cool stuff. From the 8th century BC, Greece was originally organized into city-states, including Athens, Sparta, and Macedonia. But the height of Greece's power was actually during the Hellenistic period with Alexander the Great, one of the most famous military leaders in history. He brought the Greek power of Macedon from the Greek Isles all the way to its furthest extent in India. Yes, they conquered the entirety of the Persian Empire. Then Greece was annexed by the Romans and became part of the Roman Empire and eventually Eastern Rome until 1450. Currently, right now, Greece is a unitary parliamentary republic in a very developed country with high quality of life, and its economy is the largest in the region, the Balkans, and it's featured a unique cultural heritage, tourism industry, and is a prominent shipping sector too. And of course, this place also has 18 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. Did you know Greece is very rich in all of that as well? Greece's history is quite a long one. Well, it makes sense. We have to do the historical old and new Greece. So, I have a timeline for here to make it easier for you guys. Instead of writing all of these notes, I decided to go over a timeline. So we have all the different events in Greek history, the most notable events. The first people that came to Greece was around 270,000 BC, but the first modern civilization didn't come until 3000 BC with the Bronze Age. And it's one of the first, and Greece is the home to some of the first advanced civilizations in Europe, including the Semitic civilization, the Minoans, and the Mycenaean civilization of Athens. But the major part of Greece was in 776 BC with the first Olympic Games, and that was the traditional end of the Dark Ages of Greece. We could also find the two other famous historical texts, the Iliad and the Odyssey, were both composed by Homer in the 7th or 8th century BCs. And with the end of the Dark Ages, various kingdoms and city-states spread throughout all the entirety of the peninsula. They include very famous ones: Athens, Memphis, But the two big ones was Sparta and Athens, were the two big major powers of classic Greece. By 500 BC, Persian Empire controlled some of the Greek city-states. However, the Greeks successfully overthrew the Persian rule. After the Battle of Marathon 490 BC, led by Sparta. After the Greek victories in the Greco-Persian Wars that lasted until 449 BC, and it led to a 50 years golden age of the golden age of Athens, some of the foundations of Western civilization. However, the issue is because there's a lack of political union in a lot of these states, there's a lot of conflict. The most devastating of those was the Peloponnesian War, which was won by the Spartans, which made Athens collapse as the leading power of Greece. They were hopefully overshadowed by Thebes, and eventually the city of Macedon, which was united under Alexander the Great after the death of Philip II. Alexander III, his son, took the throne of Macedon and launched an invasion of the Persian Empire and successfully conquered all of it. And by the way, guys, if you guys didn't know about your history, the Persian Empire was massive. It went from Anatolia to the west, Anatolia, and it went as far east as modern-day Pakistan. And Alexander the Great didn't even lose a single battle, and he conquered the entirety of it in 330 BC. And by the time he died, just 7 years later, he created one of the largest empires in history. He has so many famous tales in history of that. Then after his death, there's a furious conflict between different successors who would take over Macedon, and as a result, with the weaknesses of it, the Romans took full advantage. He defeated Macedon, and all of Greece became a Roman protectorate, and that lasted for many centuries. And as a result, despite Rome being victorious, Greece greatly influenced Rome. And the buildings, stories, even the religion of the ancient Greek gods and all that got influenced into Rome. And it became Hellenized for many centuries. However, after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the eastern side of the empire still lasted for almost 1,000 more years until 1453. It became known as Byzantium, and the greatest extent of modern Eastern Roman Empire came under Justinian. He conquered even some parts of modern Italy. However, after his death and famine, the economy weakened, and it was even more weakened during the Crusades, as the Latins ended up plundering a lot of Constantinople. But the final nail in the coffin for modern Greece in this part of history was 1453, the siege of Constantinople. The walls of Constantinople finally gave their way and caused the collapse of Byzantium. And now Greece was part of the Ottoman Empire for almost 300 years, until Greece started having a revolt in the 18th century, the 19th century actually, with the Greek War of Independence, which lasted for 10 years. Eventually, after a couple of major battles, the Greeks successfully got their independence back, and their first king was King Otto of Bavaria. Yes, not a Greek king, but an actual German enough. During that time, the early years of the modern Greeks were successful in creating a lot of institutions, which is still the modern bedrock of modern Greece to this day, like education, legal code, and also promoting the ancient Greek heritage of Greece. Then King Otto was deposed in the October 1860 revolution. In Greece were all unified, however, to liberate the Greek lands from Ottoman rule, and thus came into a series of many different conflicts with each other. Then afterwards, in the timeline, we actually had World War I. Greece was part originally stayed neutral for much of it, but later joined the war in the Entente, helping Greece. And then after World War I, originally it was supposed to be given the Treaty of Severus nearly happened, and got some bits of Anatolia. And then they fought the Turks in the Turkish War for Independence, which the Greeks lost. And as a result, they no longer had gains from Asia Minor. Then Greece was again involved in World War II and actually held off the Italians, funnily enough. On October 20th, 1940, Italy demanded surrender of Greece. The Greeks refused. And a special day known as No Day. In the following Greco-Italian War, Greece actually repelled Italian forces in Albania. And eventually, but unfortunately for the Greeks, they couldn't survive against the Germans. Though they did beat the weak Italian forces. Hey, Elrak, 5443, can I escort you? Hey, no worries, my friend. Actually, it'd be really cool to have an escort. You're always welcome, Elrak. But yeah, we're doing the DC-3 around the world trip. I'm just giving you a bit about the historical timeline of Greece. But unfortunately, the Germans were successful in beating the Greeks. And the occupation brought a lot of hardship to the Greek population, including starvations, and the country's economy was ruined. But the Greeks, however, did not give up without a fight. They actually they were one of the most resistant movements in Europe, and fought vehemently against the Nazis. And following the liberation and the Allied victory over Axis, Greece annexed the Peloponnese Islands from the Italians and regained western Thrace from Bulgaria. However, the issue was that afterwards, the Greeks had civil war issues to deal with due to the poor economy between the communists and anti-communists, and it was a very bloody civil war that took 3 years to actually get that fixed until the anti-communist government was victorious. And it was one of the earliest struggles of the entire Cold War between the Soviet Union-led Warsaw Pact and the United States Pact, which featured NATO. After World War II, Greece recovered rapidly due to the Marshall Plan and even joined NATO in 1952. But during that time, in the 60s, there was a military regime that ruled over Greece in the 60s and early 70s, and then now it's been part of the Hellenic Republic. Greece has successfully been part of the Euro. And then, in 2004, hosted the 2004 Summer Olympics in Athens. The first such Olympics that happened in Athens since, well, the start of the new Olympic Games back in 1896. And it became a very successful Olympic Games. However, in the 2000s, Greece suffered a lot from the Great Recession and financial crisis. But thankfully, things are looking better, a little bit better for Greece. So yeah, guys. Oh, what's our in-game username? Gamer tag, actually. Exclamation gamer tag. It is ViperStrike9510. That is my gamer tag. So yeah, that is my gamer tag. Oh crap. Here it is. What plane do I use? Let me show you recommended planes. Exclamation point, recommended. Recommended planes. Here is your recommended planes for the trip. I fly on the DC-3, which is available to everyone. But if you don't like to fly the DC-3, I recommend taking any plane that can fly 160, 170 knots. Feel free to take those planes with you. You actually have a good flight. So yeah, that is. Please don't finish stream. I'm not gonna finish the stream. We still have a long way to go. Oh crap. We're still 450 nautical miles away. And in the DC-3, that's probably gonna be around 3 hours. Yeah, we still have a lot of time left to go. We still got a long way to go. Yeah, we still got a moment. So I'm just gonna give you guys a bit of a break from the historical stuff for a little bit. I know that's a lot of Greek history about Greece in just 2 slides, so that's why I decided to do a little timeline, just to advance things a little further. All right, here we go. I just accepted the friend request. So. And I'm on Southeast Asia server, so there you go. Okay, let's check fuel. 33% fuel left. Okay, so 30% for me. Oh, CTD. Oh, no, Mongo. Oh no, CTD, really, Mongo? Oh crap, oh, that sucks. There's Gonzaki, he's flying more towards the coast. That's for 5 minutes. All right. See you in the air. Oh, you need channel points. I don't have channel points. So I don't have channel points right now because I have not completed the affiliate onboarding yet. Because I don't have a fixed income. Because when you use Twitch, you have to pay taxes and all that. So unfortunately, I don't have it. But I hope to get it someday. But I'm just going to be the wait and see it kind of guy and wait and see until I get my channel points. So there's that too. Okay, guys, let's go on to the next thing on my slideshow while we're continuing to fly. So I want to talk about Greece's geography for a little bit. Let's talk about you guys the history and geography, shall we? So what do you guys want to know about Greece's geography? Well, I've already said earlier it's been bordering by Albania, North Macedonia, Bulgaria, and Turkey. But this country is actually very mountainous. The mainland of Greece is very, very mountainous. To say the least. You have tons of mountains in the north, but mainly it's the western side of the country that's especially mountainous as well. And there are there's also tons of islands in Greece. Somewhere between 1,200 to 6,000 islands all throughout Greece. But the largest island in Greece is the big old island of Crete, which is the world's 88th largest island. There's also other ones, including Euboea, Lesbos, Rhodes, Kefalonia, and Corfu, which we'll be visiting today as well. In fact, 80% of Greece is very mountainous, and they include the Pindus mountain range in the center of the country, which is right around Thessaly, known as the spine of Greece. There's also different mountain ranges throughout the Aegean Islands, Crete, and the Taurus Mountains of southern Turkey. Of course, the country does have its highest point in its physical geography. I don't think it'll take too many guesses to know which is the highest point in Greece. And I'll give you a hint. This is where the Greek gods actually resided in ancient times. Resided in this mountain in particular. I'll give you guys a few pretty much questions about that. Alright guys, the answer to that is Mount Olympus. Yes, And I actually visited Mount Olympus on an earlier stream. I still have the VOD up for it, but we were visiting Mount Olympus, which is around 9,570 feet in elevation. It is one of the highest peaks of all of Europe. It's part of topographic province, and in Greek mythology, it is the home of the Greek gods. The ancient Greek gods, they include the head honcho, Zeus. And you also have Aphrodite, Apollo, Ares, Artemis, Athena, Meter, and more make their home in Mount Olympus. Except for Hades, he's stuck in the underworld. But lots of people visit this area for the flora and fauna, the slopes, and its peaks as well. There are tons of peaks around climbing on Mount Olympus. But it's definitely a very cool mountain. Definitely a really cool place to check out Greece. You can also find plains in Central Macedonia and Thrace. In fact, the islands in Greece actually account for 20% of the country's whole total territory, and can vary in size as well as climates. Well, there's tons of different islands as well, and only just around 19.71% of land is arable. The rest is not so. But it's definitely a very pretty area to visit in Greece as well. Now, in terms of its climate, well, Greece's climate is actually pretty, it's a Mediterranean climate. But due to the country's very varied geography, it's got tons of little microclimates. As a result for that. If you go into the western part of Greece, by the mountain range, it's actually pretty wet. Whereas the area to the east is much drier when you're in summer. So basically, much of Greece is Mediterranean, which is dry and wet. But you also have semi-arid climates and more. For Greece's wildlife, Greece's biodiversity is pretty good. The territory of Greece can be divided into 6 different ecoregions: the deciduous forests of Illyria, Hyndus Mountains mixed forest, the Balkan mixed forest throughout Southeast Europe, the Rhodomontane mixed forest around the Aegean and West Turkey mixed forest, and the mixed Mediterranean forest of Crete. Now, Greece actually has a great diversity of vascular plants. In 2013, they discovered more than 5,750 new plants that have lived here. 1,893 subspecies of native and introduced plants, for over 6,620 taxa. Much of Greece lies around the western Turkey mixed forest region, and there's a lot of shrubland, which includes the evergreen oak and the very well-known Greek strawberry tree, along with other plants like the strawberry tree and the Greek olive, where they grow, well, the famous olives, obviously. Greece is pretty famous for them. And of course, for fauna, there's quite a few animals you can find here in the country. You can find the European wildcat, the Balkan lynx, the golden jackal can be found in here, gray wolf, Eurasian brown bear, and the American mink that somehow actually got its way into Europe. Pine marten, Eurasian batter, and otter. Of course, you can also find ungulates, including the wild boar, red deer, fallow deer, and roe deer, along with the endangered green ibex. But of course, one of the more interesting areas you can find in this area is the rare Mediterranean monk seal, which is critically endangered in Greece. Here's a picture of this as well. I don't have flow, unfortunately. I'll get it in the future, FD. I haven't gotten it yet. But it might come in the future. No problem, I found you anyway. Ah, nice. Hey, there's the second player, there's Mongo's back. Hey, FD-1003's in the air. Nice. Good to see you back, my friend. So yeah. Great to see you guys. Yeah, we're going through the AJAX-C. By the way, guys, I also have a Discord as well. And all my VODs are in the platform on YouTube. Click the YouTube link. You get access to all my VODs. That way you guys can check it. Oh, here it is. Elcrack in the TBM. Oh, cool plane. Now, if I were to pick a fighter around the world, I wouldn't mind the good old TBM. That thing goes very fast and has really good range. That is not a plane I would have minded for the around the world trip. But it's just, there's something about taking a Douglas DC-3 out around. It's almost like I got the export from the plane. Now we're 22% fuel. Man, we're really close. We're about just 400 miles away. And we're gonna get there, not too long. Hey, Snackless Curveball. Good to see you, Snackless Curveball. Welcome. Boy, good to see you, my friend. How you been? Good to see you. There. You got to watch a viewing of a CRJ yesterday. Ooh. Yeah, the CRJ regional units. Okay, I have to take care of a few bots, so no one likes to have all those bots run around. So And watching flights coming out of the runway. Ah, cool. Alright. So I'm going to continue talking about more topics. Well, let's talk about the politics of Greece. More specifically, I want to talk about the government system. So what is there need to know about Greece's political system? Well, Greece is currently a parliamentary representative democratic republic, where the head of state is the president of Greece, and the prime minister is the head of the government within the multi-party system. Legislative power is vested in both the government and the parliament. So you have the executive branch, which is the cabinet, which is the main organ of the government, is the executive branch, the cabinet. It contains the heads of all the ministries in the executive branch, appointed by the president on the recommendation of the prime minister. The president of Greece is elected by the parliament for a 5-year term, with a maximum of 2 terms for office, similar to our time, similar to the United States. When the term expires, the parliament elects to vote the new president of parliament. If the first vote is a 2/3 majority, which is 200 votes of 300, and the third and final vote requires 180 votes, or 3/5 majority. If the third vote is fruitless, Parliament is dissolved, and elections are proclaimed by the outgoing president for new elections. The president of Greece has the power to declare war, pardon, and to conclude agreements of peace, alliance, and participation in international organizations, at least upon the request of a single parliamentary majority. The president can also exercise certain emergency powers, which must be countersigned by the appropriate cabinet minister. The president may not be able to dissolve parliament, dismiss the government, suspend certain articles of the constitution, issue a proclamation, or declare a state of siege without countersigning by the prime minister or appropriate cabinet minister. And for the prime minister, he's elected by parliament, and usually the leader of the party controlling the absolute majority of the MPs in parliament. According to the Constitution, the Prime Minister safeguards the unity of the government and directs its activities. And then the legislative branch of Greece now is elected by the Greek people and by universal suffrage of all citizens over 17 years old. The Parliament has 300 members elected by a 4-year term by a system of reinforced proportional representation in 48 multi-seat constituencies, 8 single-seat constituencies, and a single nationwide list. Of the 300 seats, 288 seats are determined by voting by constituents, and voters may select the candidate or candidates of their choice by making their name on the party ballot. The remaining 12 seats are filled from nationwide party lists. That's what they use to bring on their legislative branch. And finally, Greece's judicial branch. The branches in Greece, the judicial system is divided into civil and administrative courts. Civil courts judge, basically, as it says, civil and penal cases, whereas administrative courts judge administration cases, mainly disputes between the citizens and the state. And there are 3 supreme courts in the judicial system of Greece. The Court of Cassation, the Council of State, and the Chamber of Accounts. And those are comprised of professional judges, graduates of the National School of Judges. The Supreme Court of Cassation is the Supreme Civil and Penal Courts. The Council of the State is the Supreme Administrative Court. And the Chamber of Accounts actually has exclusive jurisdiction over certain administrative areas. So definitely some pretty interesting things about the legal system and how it works. Just some pretty cool little bits of Greece that people may not know of. I'm going to go ahead and switch tanks. So go ahead and switch. Tank, auxiliary, it's okay. all the escorts, guys. Look at the escorts. That is awesome. Look at all those escorts, guys. I mean, this is pretty. Not going to lie. What I'm just doing is I'm just spacing out some of the stuff. I showed an agent through F-16 with Illinois Air Force. Oh, that would be a great litter, but I don't have the F-16, unfortunately. FD-1000. I don't have an F-16, unfortunately. I mean, I don't buy a lot of military planes. I usually buy DA planes. If I do get an expensive plane, I get like a PUG-77. Hey, no worries. No worries, FD. No worries. Like I said, I don't really care. Yeah. You know, if I want military stuff, I buy it in DCF. I don't buy it in Microsoft. Like the only military jet I do have is the MB-339, but that was because of the Thunderflies, which now became the Shadow Display team, and in the F-14, but just because I want to have the F-14, and I didn't know better than to get it from the marketplace. Okay, we're about 150 nautical, we're about less than that on to the island of Corfu. So, let's see what our, so, I mean, I can't believe all you guys are here. I'm actually thanking to everyone coming here today. I know it's a bit of a really fun and interesting flight as well. I got me on our slideshow. Let's talk about the Greek economy, Greece's economy. Well, Greece's economy is quite interesting, actually. Greece is the 43rd largest economy in the world by nominal GDP at $242 billion. It's also the 15th largest economy in the EU. And per capita, Greece is ranked 41st in the world at 18,168 per capita. Greece is quite a developed country with a high standard of living. Most of the economy is based off the service and industry sectors make up for 97% of the entire economy. With the biggest service sector is by far tourism. However, unfortunately, Greece has a pretty high unemployment rate at 12.9% as of October 2021, and youth unemployment at 33%, and that's comparable to 7% in the EU and Europe. However, despite that, though, Greece is the largest economy in the Balkans and a very important regional investment for many other countries in the region. Greece had its own debt issue for much of the 2010s, had a debt crisis. Combine that with high structural defects and the rough economic recession, Greece had a huge debt issue. Thankfully, Greece managed to successfully pay off much of the debt from the bailouts on August 20th, 2018. So in terms of different sectors, in agriculture, Greece was the European Union's largest producer of cotton and pistachios, and eventually second in the EU in rice and olive production, along with being third in big almonds and tomatoes and watermelons. Agriculture actually contributes to only 3% of the country's GDP and employs 12.4% of the country's labor force is employed in Greece. Pretty fun fact. So Greece has made the following in 2018: 1.2 million tons of maize. Greece is the 5th largest producer of olives, over 1 million tons, as well as the 3rd largest producer in peaches. Yes, Greece is actually a peach growing country, not the United States. Cool. They make all sorts of famous products for their agriculture, like tobacco, chocolate, fruits. Hey, Muse fan, good to see you. How you been, Muse? It's been a while, my friend. How you been, Muse fan? Yes, we're in the Adriatic Sea right now. We're traveling from Zagreb to the city of Athens today in the beautiful Breitling DC-3. This is the Breitling DC-3 used for the Around the World trip use. We're recreating the 2017 Breitling DC-3 Around the World trip done by Francisco Gulu, who's been the main pilot. He organized the entire project, followed by the team at Breitling and quite a few team of volunteers, mechanics, and more. And I can't believe they managed to take a 77-year-old DC-3 at the time around the world. I'm surprised no one has ever taken a DC around the world until then. Oh yeah. It's an absolutely beautiful thing. I was talking about the Greek economy earlier, but I've already covered the history of Greece and all that. Yes, the DC-3 is awesome. It is great. I'm so happy they brought this into the sim for everyone for free. Yes, the DC-3 is awesome. It is. It is a fantastic plane use. I think I'm so happy Solo got the plane from Airplane Heaven to release it to everyone. I get it. It may not be the highest fidelity DC-3 out there, but at least we all have it for free for everyone, including Xbox, which is very good. That's a great thing to have in the set. Especially considering how iconic the DC-3 really is as a plane. So yeah, as I was saying, okay, outside Greece economy, Greece is also very well known historically since ancient times, has been shipping. It still is among one of the most important businesses here in the country. 4.5% of GDP is from shipping, and over 160,000 people in the workforce work here in the maritime industry. Greece's merchant navy is the largest in the world. Actually, Greece's merchant navy is 16.2% of the total navy capacity is Greek. And they have a lot of tonnage on their ships, 4th in the number of total ships of their merchant navy, at 150 ships, both lots of tankers and carriers for both. And it grew significantly. So shipbuilding was a huge piece of Greek history. Basically, for guys that don't know about merchant navy, they're basically registered vessels that are registered to a significant country, and a lot of them went to Greece. So Greece has been a big-time shipbuilding, and shipping's a huge deal. It makes sense because Greece has so many ports in the area that you can visit. And of course, I think here's something a lot of people love to visit about Greece. Yes, tourism. Tourism has been a huge part of it. There's so many places in Greece that we'll visit. It's been a major tourist destination in Europe since the 1970s, thanks to its rich culture and history, some of the richest in the entire continent. Along with 18 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, which is among the most in Europe and the world. And with its many coastlines, islands, and beaches, it attracts something from literally everything. In 2019, Greece attracted 31.3 million visitors, making it one of the most visited countries in Europe and the world. And it contributes to 25% of the GDP of Greece. Greece is also popular not just for normal families, but for the LGBT, religious tourism, and medical tourism are also pretty well known too. There's definitely lots of different beach resorts, like including the 5-star Portocross Hotel. There's also spas and thermal springs as well. But of course, the thing that really put Greece as a tourist destination, all the archaeological sites. I mean, you find the tomb of Philip II in Virginia in northern Greece, the temple of Poseidon at Cape Soromon in the peninsula. You can find the original Olympic Stadium in Olympia, Greece, in the Peloponnese Peninsula, and of course, you can't forget about the Acropolis in Athens. Come on. Like, that place is rich. But yeah, that is about tourism. Then in transportation-wise, let's talk about transportation. So since the 1980s, Greece, the road and rail transportation in Greece has been significantly modernized, including A2, the Eganata Odos, that connects northwest Greece to northern Greece. In addition to rail and road transportation as well, Athens has been some of the most modern and efficient transportation infrastructure in all of Europe, including the big old Athens International Airport. Most of the Greek islands, however, are connected through the air. With two major airlines, Olympic Air and Aegean Airlines are based in the things that connect Greece and the air. They need to. Greece has got over 1,000 to 6,000 islands in Greece. And of course, there have been some major air transportation as well. Greece has over 82 airports as of 2005. And obviously, the largest and busiest airport is Eleftherios Venizelos International in Athens, which we will be landing today. We'll be visiting Greece's busiest airport. But there are other big airports in the country. The other major airports in the country are Corfu Island International Airport in Corfu. Yeah, that's with Koni International in Macedonia, Lima Gulf, Sierra. And finally, Heraklion International Airport in Crete. So that is a bit about transportation in Greece. I hope I'm not going to go through them too fast. I know this is a lot of information. I don't want to. I hope I don't get you guys' head twisted at all. In recent seasons, factory continuing to operate their new train between Athens and Thessaloniki. Ah, yes. Yeah, Athens has been, they did a lot of modernization in Athens. Yeah, I'm so happy all of you guys are coming here today and visiting the stream. There's so many of you guys here today. I mean, that's awesome. You all are coming to today's flight. And it's great to see everyone here. So, I got everything recorded on my lane rate monitor. So I got my radar I'm looking at. And we see that and look, there's some of you guys here. And there's myself actually. And there's myself actually in the agency. And then there was there's Kazaki. There's Kazaki way over there. There's Kazaki 8,000 feet. He's actually right into Albania. Which, by the way, Albania is really cool to fly. I would love to go back to the Balkans and do some flying around Balkans area. Like the Balkans area is actually a very, very great place to visit for flying in Europe. Especially for GA, it's got some really good places. Despite the whole conflict between Balkan countries. So we have that stuff. So let's move on to the remaining parts. So let's start with the Greek. The Greek language is a very important part. Greece's language has been around since antiquity. At least the earliest part of the modern Greek language has been around in European records for 3,400 years. Yes, 3,400 years of written records of the Greek language. The longest documented history of any Indo-European language on the planet. And its alphabet has been used since for the past 2,800 of the modern Greek alphabet. And it originally arose from the Phoenician script from the old Phoenician civilization. And in turn, the Greek language was the basis for many modern writing systems to this day. Latin, Cyrillic, Armenian, Coptic, Gothic alphabets, and many other writing systems to this day are based off the Greek language and alphabet. Hey, BMF Smurfy, good to see you. How you been, my friend? So we're covering the Greek language, and this thing's been around since antiquity. Also, in addition, the Greek language holds a very important place in the Western world. Start with the epics of Homer. Ancient Greek literature has many works of long-lasting importance, and it is also the language where many of the foundational texts in science and photography and philosophy have been composed. And apparently, it might even say that the New Testament was originally written in Greek as well. It has still been used for centuries for the modern day. So the Greek language has so much history, and there's different periods of this language. From ancient Greek, used from the Classic era, to the Byzantine medieval Greek, and then the modern Greek, the Neo-Hellenic language. Pretty cool stuff. As well. So in terms of characteristics of the Greek language and how it is both conservative and innovative tendencies of the Greek language. Phonology actually has very little syllabic structure. That's quite mixed. There's all sorts of different morphology. There's different pronouns in first, second, and third person. There's also a bunch of verbs and syntax. And of course, we gotta talk about the Greek alphabet. And this has been used late 8th or 9th century BCE. The Greek alphabet is derived from the Phoenician alphabet and is the earliest known alphabetic script that has distinct letters for vowels and consonants. And there's 24 letters that make the Greek alphabet, and that is alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, zeta, eta, theta, iota, kappa, lambda, mu, nu, Z, omicron, pi, rho, sigma, tau, epsilon, pi, chi, psi, going third, and the last letter is omega. So those are the 24 letters of the Greek alphabet, and it's still used for Greek writing even to this day. And it's the ancestor of both the Latin and Cyrillic scripts that we know of. And like those two forms, Greek originally had a single form of each letter and developed the letter case later in the modern era. And of course, it also serves as a symbol for technical symbols and labels in many other domains like mathematics, science, and other fields. So basically, now for the pronunciation stuff. Hey, Sky coming in. Let me give Sky coming a shout out. So yes, it's good to see you as well. Hey, Staravius. oh, you said your new honeycomb. Bravo, Smurfy. Oh, that's cool. It's Staravius. Good to see you for the poll. Thank you so much for coming on today. So this is the Greek language. I'm going to be teaching you all the different pronunciations. So alpha is pronounced as as in awake, and the long is pop. Beta sounds like a B. The gamma is a G again. And it also can be used as in G. Delta is D, this is delete. Epsilon is pet, as E is pet. Pet. Theta is Z. The wisdom. Eta is H. Pet. The theta is Iota is I. Kappa is K. Lambda is L, like lantern. U is M. U is N. C is ox. I is a P in English. Then there's rho, which is actually is an R. Ra. Sigma is S in saw. E is in tau. U is upsilon. Glue. T is in pot. G is in C is in cat. Psi is yes. Laps. And finally, omega is AW as in saw. So that's how each of the different letters sound like. There's all sorts of different variants between each of the Greek alphabets, over time, newer ones. Now let's put those words into practice, shall we? Much harder than working on airliners. Cool. So guys, let's go ahead and let's learn a few words and phrases from the Greeks, shall we? So we have hello, which is yasu. So we have yasu, which is in Greek. And that letter starts with gamma. So it's yasu. So that is the typical hello Greek. If you want to say hello to Greek, yasu, hello. And then how are you is T-Conis. How are you? T-Conis. And then good morning should be Kalimura. Good morning. And then please / you're welcome should be Karakalo. Goodbye would be yasu, which is actually ironically to say hello, goodbye, or yasu. And yes is na, nay, and no is ohi. In fact, ohi is actually what was one of the Greek holidays back in the 1940s. Some good fun, you know? Of course, alpha is also serving for Engel attack. Yeah, alpha is an Engel attack, correct. Where is the bathroom? Should be in here is ho, e, ne, e, tua, le, ta. Ho, e, ne, e, ta, le, ta. Tua, le, ta. Ho, e, ne, e, tua, le, ta. Where is the bathroom? But trust me, this stuff is actually kind of important because if you're ever a tourist, if you're ever visiting Greece, and you may not know what the language might mean, it's actually important to learn the language. Actually really important. How much is it? So if you want to look for a product in the store and you want to ask how much is it in Greek, it is poso kadi afto. That's what it is. I put the letter in modern Greek, and I put the pronunciation so you can actually see what word it is. Poso kadi afto. How much is it? And finally, if you're ever in trouble, and say help. Go eatea. Go eatea. Go eatea. There we go. Go eatea. So yeah, this is some of the Greek words and phrases you might learn somewhere. So yeah, we're about actually less than 6 million a month out of corporate, actually. Let's go ahead and wrap up some things about Greece for a bit. So Greece's culture is very, very rich in history. It's historically very rich. It has evolved for thousands of years, beginning in the Minoan and Miocene Greece, continuing most notably into the Classic era Greece, while influencing the Roman Empire and eventually its successors, the Byzantine. Greece is obviously known as the Western cradle of Western civilization and culture. Modern Orthodox owe a debt to Greek police and the government by the people, trial by jury, and equality under law, but still influences around the world. Ancient Greece pioneered many fields of thought, biology, geometry, history, philosophy, and physics. It introduced ancient core literacy forms of epic literature, poetry, history, tragedy, and comedy. So Greece is legendary for its culture. With artistic production for thousands of years, there are lots of painting traditions in ancient Greece, and you have very different painting techniques. And of course, who could forget ancient Greek sculpture made of marble and bronze? With mainly cast bronze being major works by the early 5th century, you can still see a lot of marble work with different cult images. And of course, this even produced all the way back to the Byzantium era of the Byzantine Empire, with abstract art as well. And of course, you can forget Greek art, meaning lots of pottery, all that sort of stuff. Greece is great for their art. Greece is also legendary for its architecture too. I mean, ancient Greece produced some of the great architectural works for its time. And there are 3 different orders that play a big role in the style of Greece. You have the Doric order, Ionic order, and Corinthian order. And all of these play a role in Western architecture for periods. And basically, these orders are based off the different columns of that. Outside of those, though, we have the Byzantine Empire's architecture, which dominated Greece and influenced the modern medieval architecture throughout Europe, with the ones from the Byzantine. And I think you guys probably know who is the most famous Byzantine structure. It's actually not in Greece. It's actually in modern Turkey, and it's known as the Hagia Sophia, the Grand Cathedral in Byzantium. And it is definitely the most famous piece of Byzantine architecture in the world stage. And finally, after Byzantium and Greek independence, modern Greek architects combined both traditional Greek and Byzantine elements along with Western movement styles. And that has continued on even to the modern day as well. Then afterwards, we have Greek literature, which has, well, got thousands of years of history. Obviously, ancient Greece, you have some very famous, there's one particular famous works, Homer, the Iliad and the Odyssey. For guys that don't know, the Iliad is a very well-known epic poem featuring the siege of Troy during the Trojan War. And it actually depicts events in the siege's final weeks, particularly a quarrel between King Agamemnon and the celebrated warrior of Achilles. The Odyssey is another famous work, by the way, and I bet you guys have probably read these in school. But the Odyssey is about an adventurer, Odysseus, and his journey home after the Trojan War, and he went on through many different events, from escaping to the Phoenicians, to his accounts of all his adventures of the Cyclopses, or then returning back home. Definitely a very famous book as well. But there are tons of other famous writings. There's lots of comedies and tragedy written during the Middle Ages, like Sophocles. There's even historians too. During the Byzantine era, it goes through the life of the Byzantine Greeks during the Christian Middle Ages. And then modern Greek literature is about modern Greek artists. And then obviously we get to, sounds like a game of Skyrim. I'm expecting you to mention the Dark Brotherhood and Thieves Guild next. Oh, me as fan. But yeah, Greece is such a rich history. You gotta know Greece is rich. But no, actually, but seriously though, Greek literature and culture has played such a huge role in all of this, of the development of modern Western literature. And that's based off the ancient Greek stuff. I'm not kidding. Then we get to philosophy. Remember, ancient Greece, a lot of the modern philosophy traditions go back to the Greeks. Even in the 6th century BC, they are known as the pre-Socratics. And that's because, well, Socrates came around, and he was very famous for being a turning point in Western thought. Basically, what Socrates did back in the old days was he studied the style of question and answer, which gave rise to Socratic dialogue. In fact, his dialogues with Plato were some of the most comprehensive accounts of him to survive from antiquity, and his thoughts went through by rationalism and ethics. Then outside of Socrates, there are other famous ones. Plato was another famous philosopher who made his way into Europe. And in fact, Plato is influential not just in Greek mythology, but even through Christianity and even Islamic philosophy growing up. And he had all sorts of different things about ethics, justice, politics, and doctrine. Pretty cool stuff. Then, in the Byzantine era, there were different philosophies around the Christian worldview, but often also inspired by the Greek texts of Plato, Aristotle, and Platonicus. And finally, the modern days was based off the Greek of the ancient Enlightenment, with other philosophers like Adamantius and Aristotle. Then we have Greek's music. Greek folk music dates back to the ancient times, where there were rich forces for entertainment, celebration, and spiritual reasons, and they include the lyre, the double beat arios, and especially a special kind called the guitar. During the Byzantine times, music was mainly through Greek folk songs, but also through Orthodox Church. Yes, Eastern Orthodox Church is the main religion in Greece and has been around for a while. In the modern era, Greek composers had a big impact on modern classical music with guys like LDZA-LGAV and also Mikis Theodorakis, were gained international following for their music. And Greece also was a participant of the Eurovision contest 35 times since it debuted in 1974. Greece won its first Eurovision in 2005 with the song My Number One, sung by Greek-Swedish singer Elena Paparense, receiving 230 points with a hit of 10 sets, 12 points from Belgium, Bulgaria, Hungary, the UK, Turkey, Albania, Cyprus, Serbia, Montenegro, Sweden, and Germany. It became a smash hit in different countries as well. And then we talk about Greek cuisine. Greece is extremely rich for well-known first cuisine too. And after all, Greek cuisine, like other Mediterranean cuisines, was founded on the triad of wheat, olive oil, and wine. You can also use vegetables, grains, fish, and meat, especially pork, poultry, beef. And Greece's history has gone back for thousands of years. I could even talk about a whole thing about the ancient Greek cuisine if you want to. The basic ancient Greek ones are known for their frugality. They have all sorts of different ancient dishes, but I'm going to go for the more modern one. Of course, lots of Greek cuisine is based off olive oil. They use it for most of their dishes is olive oil, which makes sense. Olives are grown a lot in Greece. They also use tomato, eggplant, potato, green beans, and pork. And they often use some flavors more than others, like oregano, mint, garlic, onion. There are some very famous, and of course, Greece is also very well known for cheese, particularly goat and sheep cheese, funnily enough. And of course, the most famous Greek cheese a lot of people know is feta. Feta is very famous Greek cheese, but there are also plenty of other ones as well. and there are some very famous Greek dishes. But some of the most famous dishes include, of course, the classic Greek salad, consisting of tomatoes, cucumbers, onion, feta cheese, and olives. Then in terms of appetizers and cold cut, of course, seafood's a big deal. Fried squid is a big deal in these parties. It's fried squid, aka calamari. Now, love calamari. There's also shrimp, fried zucchini flowers, and of course pita cheese. Pita is very popular all throughout Greece. And of course, I also forgot octopus too. Octopus is delicious. And saganaki, fried cheese. Fried cheese is a big part of appetizers. There's tons of different kinds of soup. Pocky is lentil soup. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, meat dishes. I mean, a very popular street dish, the gyro, of course. But here's the thing, gyro actually didn't come from Greece so much. Well, it is Greek. It was actually developed in the Ottoman Empire in Turkey, in Anatolia. But it made its way to be a very popular Greek dish in here as well. It became known as the gyro. I mean, you can blame the Ottomans for that. They also serve muffled and set up pork belly beans and more. And of course, bread, and also they got some pretty cool desserts too. So that's a bit about Greek cuisine. Check fuel tanks. Dolphins are DC-2 counting. My fuel is looking pretty good, 68%. My fuel is good. I've already changed the tanks because that tanks are good. And finally, let's get to sports. After all, Greece is well known for being the birthplace of the modern Olympic Games. In fact, the ancient Olympic Games were founded here in 776 BC in Olympia and hosted the modern Olympics twice, including the inaugural 1896 Olympics and the 2004 Olympics. And being that during the Parade of Nations, Greece is always called first, because, well, it was the founder of the original modern Olympics back in the old days. But it's not just the Olympics that Greece is very famous for. Greece has been a very well-known football power. In 2014, they were ranked 12th in the world in football in 2014. Currently, they're ranked 51st in the world, but they went as high as 8th in 2008. Greece's national football team won the 2004 Euro in one of the biggest upsets in the history of football. I mean, Greece made an amazing run during that tournament as well, with the Greek Super League being the highest professional football league in the country. And the most successful teams in Greece are Olympiacos, Panathinaikos, and AEK Athens. And finally, here's something that I think a lot of people would be surprised to hear. Greece is actually very good at basketball. Okay, hold on. Yo, what's up? Sasuke Uchina, good to see you. I got a question. How do you show your altitude and nuts? Good question. So, I have this thing called Sim Toolkit Pro. Let me go ahead and grab you the link. Here we go. Here you go. Here you go, Sasuke. Here you go. I got it for you. It's Sim Toolkit Pro. You just register on your account, and you can download the app for Windows. And once you do that, it's got tools for streaming. You can go into one of the settings, and it should say streaming tools, and it'll give you an overlay, and you can put it onto your streaming software. In the case of me, I have OBS. Hey, no issue. I appreciate you letting me know, and I'm happy to help anytime you want. I love to help people throughout the community, so you're more than welcome to come here, and welcome to the community. I hope you're doing well. We're about to approach Corfu. I'm going to arrive on Winter Protect. I'm just about to wrap up some bits of the about these Caribbean sports. But in the last couple decades, believe it or not, basketball is a big deal in Greece. Greece is actually one of the world's top basketball powers in the world. Yes, basketball. It is hard to believe it, but that's true. Basketball has been very well. And there have been very many famous basketball players that make their home in Greece. And here's some very notable players that have played in here, including Nicholas Gauss, one of the great basketball players in Europe, Dimitris Diamantis, and of course, an NBA superstar from Greece. I guess you guys know, all you guys in America probably know this guy's name, who is is currently one of the biggest stars in the NBA, Giannis Antetokounmpo, who's an absolute stud of a player. He's nicknamed the Greek Freak, and rightfully so. He's the national freak of nature. So that's it. That is about the Greek slides. That is all about the Greek slides. And that goes over much of the overview of Greece. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that. And as well, for all you guys who are here for the first time, I use slides every single stream. And it's my way of letting you guys know about all the places we're flying. There's tons of facts and information to learn about today's flights. So that way, when you guys come out of the streams, you guys will actually learn something. But yeah, I hope you guys actually enjoy that sort of stuff. I put a lot of pride into it. So we have Kazaki Flyer, Mondo, FD-1003. I think we have another DC-3 ahead of us. Kawasaki-01, he's further ahead. But it's good to have you guys. It's Sasuke Uchina 957. Good to see you. HRD Scoop, what's up, my good friend? How you been? Yes, we're making it to the Greek islands. We're actually near the Ionian Islands of Greece. We made our way into the Ionian Islands. Oh, you installed it. Nice. Yeah, I like Steam Toolkit Pro. It's a very useful little add-on. Oh, nice! You're currently flying. Ooh, that's great. Where are you flying at, Sasuke? Like I said, the whole world looks cool. It's fantastic. Well, okay, so now we're approaching the island of Corfu. So Corfu is one of the islands in the Ionian Islands. This is the largest of them all. And it's bound up in history throughout Greek mythology, marked by numerous battles and conquests. It was part of the Battle of Sepoia, which was the palace for the Peloponnesian War, and was the largest naval battle between the Greek states at the time. You can find ruins of Greek temples and other sites around the area nowadays. Then it was repulsed. The islands actually repulsed the Ottomans during several sieges, and there was a bulwark against the Ottoman Empire. Then it became part of modern Greece in 1864 under the Treaty of London. It became part of modern Greece. And you can find the Ionian Academy, the first university of modern Greece. And the city's old town is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And it's got some pretty cool geography as well. It is Corfu is definitely the largest of all the islands. The island's area is around 592 square kilometers and it runs 64 miles long. The three districts of the islands divided by the mountain. You can find all sorts of birds, like 300 different bird species to be found here, including flamingos to be found here, along with 40 species of mammals, like amphibious animals, like the bottlenose dolphin, as well as otters, foxes, and more. You can even find some amphibians. And of course, you can find 75 species of butterflies. Pretty neat. But this area's got some really rich history as an island, including some very famous archaeology, like Palaiopoulos, the ancient Corfu, Aradaki Temple, the ancient temple that was built around 500 BC, and the temple ruins of the Temple of Kara, along with several castles and more. The island was featuring quite a few films in Heracles, just before embarking his 10 labors, slept with the Neaman Malit here in Corfu. And in film, it's been featured in a few films, but mainly the 1970 film The Execution. And of course, Gene Fonz For Your Eyes Only is filmed here in Portland. And tourism is a very big deal here in the islands. Oh, one more question. When do you know how to start my descent? It depends on how close you are to your destination in the terrain. I use a little map, so I do that. In the city, this is the city of Corfu. This is the city located here in Corfu. It's the largest city in the island. It is a major tourist attraction throughout the area and play a role in Greek history. You can find houses of Venetian times. You can find 37 churches in the island. Mainly the big one is the cathedral dedicated to St. Spiridon, the patron saint of the island. Oh, you're using the A320. I'm not really known into the A320 series planes, Sasuke. I'm very much a 7-3 pilot, exclusively. I've been exclusively flying the 737 because but I guess you programmed the VNAV. I guess your VNAV would have to determine it. Like I said, I'm not really super great with the ball planes. So let's look outside, and man, this looks very good outside today. So this is the island of Corfu today, guys. We're actually made our way into Greece. Isn't that awesome, guys? This is absolutely beautiful. And look to our beautiful areas there. This is stunning. And if you look to our left side, you can see Western Greece. This area's got some fantastic mountain flying. If you love flying in the mountains, this is like a great mountain. I heard you can do. I heard that you can do, for an example, your altitude, you have to take two numbers, try to send. Oh yeah, the fly-by-wire is a great little, it's a great freeware plane. Definitely. If you like the Airbus, but you don't want to pay the $50 for the Phoenix, this is definitely a great option. And I'm glad there's someone that can do a freeware feature. So I want to briefly fly over the island of Corfu for just a second. We're heading back to our heading. Unfortunately, I do not have the Corfu scenery from Fly Tampa. I don't have it, unfortunately. So, my Corfu isn't going to look as good as some of you guys. I'm going to tell you guys straight up front. Oh, you're saying your DC-3 is bugging. Yeah, I hate for that to happen. So this here is the city of Corfu in Greece. Yeah, the default A320 has some issues. But this here is the city of Corfu. Anyway, guys, let's see. I have a Discord link, and I do have a other platform as well. I personally stay away from it, but that's just for me. Well, the only default planes I would fly for airliners is the 787 and 747, and that's only because not only they're Boeing, but they're the only Boeings that can do longer than what the 737 require. Those are the only default planes I touch, and that's just because they can do, because they work for me most of the time. How I do it. Like, so that is Corfu. Yeah, no reason to use it with fly-by-wire. It's just exactly fly-by-wire is basically a better A330. Basically it's A320 that is improved. You basically take the default and make it better. Okay, I see your picture snacks curveball. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, I like to be very friendly. That's just the way I am. Yeah, I like this chill stream. I'm not a super serious kind of guy, but my passion is to teach you guys the world we're flying in, and teach you guys the world we're in, and to explore the world. That's what I appreciate. I appreciate it. I love being there. Yeah, and I love teaching you guys about the places we're going to be flying, because I think that's my passion. So yeah, that's a little bit about Greece's history and all that. So, there's a couple other things about Greece. Of course, Greek mythology actually is something I didn't talk about in my notes, unfortunately. I might have to include it. Greek mythology is a big deal in Greece for ancient folklore of the country. Greek mythology has been around in ancient Greek folklore. Greek mythology is basically their version of concerning the origin and nature of the world, along with the lives of the deities, heroes, and mythological creatures that are around the Greeks' ritual practice. And they were originally propagated in oral poetic tradition, mainly by the Minoan and Mycenaean singers dating back all the way to the 18th century. And eventually the myths of heroes of the Trojan War became oral tradition, starting with Homer's poem, the Iliad and Odyssey, along with Hesiod's poem about Theogony in the works of Athens. They also have been preserved in hymns and epic poems with tragedies and comedians and stuff. There's all sorts of Greek ones. So they have creation myths, and basically they have myths and origins for their Greek language to explain the beginning of the universe. And according to the Greek mythology, the world was created beginning with chaos, a mythical void state. Out of that void came Gaia, known as the Earth, and one of the primordial deities along with 6 other divine beings: Eros, which is love; the Abyss, Tartarus; and the Erebus, which basically is darkness. Without male assistance, without male assistance, Gaia gave birth to Uranus, the sky, who then did a union with Gaia and born the first Titans. The 6 males: Boreas, Ceres, Cronus, Hyperion, Eponus, and Oceanus, and 6 females: Menelocene, Rhea, Theia, Themis, Hector. After Cronus was born, no more Titans were to be born. An anime guy, Furious. An emoji between father and son. Cronus was confronted by Zeus. Zeus managed to defeat the Titans during the battle, and what was created was the gods of Olympus, which included Poseidon, Hades, Hesiod, Demeter, and Hera. And it followed the modern Greek pantheon. I find Ultra no problem. I get a constant FPS, but I would like to see the same graphics as Viper Strike. I think I also need a new monitor with better resolution, but I am 1080. Well, actually, here's the thing, HRG Scoots. I'm not really running this on ultra or high graphics. I'm running on medium graphics because I'm running because of I'm trying to reduce the GPU the game's running on. I am on a laptop, so. So yeah, my FPS isn't nearly as good as some of you guys, but I mean, my graphics are good. I just turn on some of the details because, yeah, I'm a medium high in the same reason. I get better frames and it requires less from my GPU. There's all sorts of different survey of specific history. There's ones about gods and mortals, involving with the mortals and the gods. Other ones were the hero page of different heroes, Pericles, Argonauts. And of course, this is even translated into the Roman times. And Greek mythology is still playing such a role that's even involved in even the modern days. And then for public holidays, there is every 7th of the year, according to Greek law, is a public holiday every year. Since the late 1870s, Saturday is also a non-school working day. And there are 4 public mandatory holidays. March 25th, which is Greek Independence Day. Easter Monday is a public holiday, and that's because, in the case of Greece, it is for the Eastern Orthodox Church. Then August 15th, which is the Assumption of the Holy Virgin, and December 25th is Christmas. Now, if you wonder why August 15th is a public holiday, mandatory holiday, well, remember, Greece is a part of the Eastern Orthodox Church because of Byzantium. And basically, this holiday celebrates the falling asleep, which is known as the death of Mary, the Theotokos, or Mother of God, and her body being taken to heaven. And it's become a holiday. It's been a big part of the Orthodox Church. In addition to this, other holidays are regulated by law, like May 1st, Labor Day, and Ohi Day, or Note Day, are regulated by law as being optional, but is customary to give the employees a day. In addition to national holidays, there's also different other public holidays. They have patron saint days on some days, or Liberation Day. And there's also notable festivals as well, like Pachas Carnival, Athens Festival, and more. Would you recommend X-Plane 11? I never played X-Plane, Sasuke, so I don't recommend it. If you have Microsoft, you don't need X-Plane, personally. Now, there are some things X-Plane does better, but you don't really need it. But you don't really need X-Plane. Plus, Microsoft is going to get to that point that I don't think X-Plane is going to happen. Only for certain things, but Yeah, and yeah, Microsoft's so much better looking. Absolutely. That's a big one. Now, I know it's weird to say Microsoft, I know it's weird to say sceneries and everything, but Microsoft, when it came out with its satellite data and its photogrammetry, just completely just changed the game for flight simulation for its vision. It changed everything. It's crazy how much Microsoft changed because and yeah, Microsoft's getting a lot of really good planes now. Now, obviously, yeah, there's still a lot of planes next one that still haven't been in Microsoft. The Challenger, especially, the Hot Star Challenger especially, I think Two-Tone Murphy was flying that earlier. The Concorde, the 742, but trust me, we already have a Concorde in Sim, but hopefully there'll be someone else to make a better one. And the 742, that's also coming in. That is also coming. That is also coming to Microsoft in the future. And the 742 is being worked on by Blackbird. I believe it's actually, I think Blackbird's working on the 742. I'm gonna wish me luck. No worries, I wish you luck, my friend. I hope you land safely at the airport. Oh yeah, definitely. The developers are definitely getting better. Absolutely. I think the big potential for it is when WASM gets fixed in March. That's going to open up a lot of doors to MSFS, especially for those folks on Xbox, especially the ones on Xbox. Oh yeah, and trust me, there are already planes that reach the level X planes. Obviously, the PNG 737 is really high systems fidelity. In terms of GA, we have LEAC, which is really great. The Cessna 414, the Dilviz 310 are all really well deep system planes. And I also forgot the Phoenix A320, which is extremely realistic. And that's on Microsoft. Obviously, it's not on Xbox, but the fact that they even have one. And of course, how about the newest update? The 40th anniversary brought in the A310 from Any Builds that just came out. Like, Microsoft can make high-quality updates. In fact, they've already done so. So yeah, I think Microsoft is, I don't think Microsoft's the one that needs to worry about quality updates. I think Microsoft's catching up pretty quick. You guys, we are around 200 nautical miles left. We only have around an hour left of the flight. Just about an hour and 30 minutes left. But yeah, we are not far from our final stop here in Athens. Let's go over the next slideshow. This is Lakata. Lakata is one of the islands here in Greece. It's located in the Ionian Sea. It's connected to the mainland by a Lake Long Conway Bridge. The main town is the city of Lakata. It is around 35 kilometers north and south, and 15 kilometers east to west, which is around 302 square kilometers area. It's also known for the famous beach of Porto Katsiki in the west coast. And this place has been around since antiquity. During the this island was linked to the island of Odysseus by Homer's Odyssey. It's also been around, there's not really much information in the Byzantine period, but it was notable for Latin school during the Latin era and the Ottoman period. So this is a little island that you can find around here. Be right back, no worries, HRT Scoop. All right, let me look at the tanks again. We are around 47% fuel. I think we can make it, but we'll have to wait and see. Friend all, good to see you. For example, in real-life pilots must have a realistic pre-paid behavior seen with hydraulic fluids that is offered in better MSFS payload planes. Only if you need a steady level plane not yet found, I would consider X-plane. Exactly. That is a very good point. Is there already a great steady level? Yes, there is a great steady level. It's WB Sim 172. It's the. Let me go ahead and give you the link. It is the WB Sim 172 Classic Enhancement. Now this is only for the Classic 172, and in order to get that, you need to have Premium or Premium Deluxe version. If you have that version, then you can probably get this. But this is the study level mod that would turn your normal 172 into a study level 172. It's a great upgrade mod, but you do need to be careful what version of Microsoft you're using before you get this, okay? That is my disclaimer. But if you do have the classic one, then this is absolutely worth it. If you love flying the 172, this is a fantastic little app. Yeah, no problem. I'm happy to help, Jimbo. I'm very happy to help. Okay, I see FD-1003. He's on the ground at Akaton Air Base. There it is. There's Akaton Air Base right here. Look at this. But yeah, you can definitely see, here left, you can see the Great Mountains, you can really see the prevalent. It's definitely very prevalent in this area. As Viper said, if you want a realistic 712, yeah, this upgrade is definitely good. I don't have it though, but I've seen so many people use it. Captain Rash uses that mod, Truffy Tan uses it, and they love the mod. It's great. It's a great enhancement to the classic 172. I would love to see if someone could make it very similar to the modern version. I might consider it. But it has so many little features on this thing. It's crazy. It's got state saving, it's got ADF noises, it's got lots of depth. Captain Who? Oh, Captain Sim? No, it's not Captain Sim, it's WB Sim. It's WB Sim that makes, it's not Captain Sim, it's WB Sim, not Captain Sim. No, don't get Captain Sim's products, don't. Oh, you found a road all the way to Athens. Ooh, nice find, Kazak. Nice find. This area is really pretty. This area around the Greek Islands is very pretty. If you play Xbox PC, then buy MSFS, not Steam games, as MS works on both platforms. Yeah, exactly. Captain Sim is the black sheep. Oh, Captain Arash. Actually, Captain? Oh, you said Captain. Captain Arash uses it. Captain Arash is a very awesome flight sim guy, one of the absolutely awesome people in this community. He's doing an around-the-world trip in a classic Cessna 172. He makes great flight sim content as well. He's also doing, he would also help Allison Johnson, who is another outstanding person. She actually was the one who helped got into streaming. But he helped her did, oh yeah, and there's one other person that uses the Cessna 172. And I don't think he needs an introduction, but the Lord of Socks Struffy Tam also is a huge fan of the Cessna 172 as well. So if you like those two planes, Jimbo, I think these are the two guys I really recommend. I would definitely love to fly the Cessna 172 again. I think it's a great plane. I'm going to go ahead and turn. So this is the city of Lakota, down to our right. So there is another one, and oh my goodness, look at the military jets. That's awesome. Love it. Love it. Love it. Oh, by the way, guys, you should, guys, thank you so much. And of course, there's one more guy I recommend you guys follow, Jimbo. If you love GA sort of stuff, I have to give a shout out to Two-Tone Murphy. He and his community are amazing. Amazing community. In fact, they were the first flight sim community I ever got to be a part of, and they are still the best. They're awesome community. Yeah, Two-Tone is awesome. Two-Tone's amazing. He's a legend. He is whole community legend. They're amazing. I live there. Oh, yeah. Two-Tone Murphy's not she, it's him, by the way. He is the most famous guy. And his community are awesome. Not her, him. Oh, I hope I didn't get in a lot of trouble. That's the last thing I'll have. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at the state of that, guys. There's one of the many mountain ranges in the country. This one apparently is, the Lily Chlorophy is the mountain range right here. Our big mountain range to the left. Oh, does he identify as he? No, he identifies as he. Oh no. Oh, what have I done? Oh, lots of the female avatars. Oh, I know. A lot of people like female avatars. No, Two-Tone Murphy does not have a female avatar. No, he just has the symbol of the Iron Air Corps. That's his symbol. No, but seriously, I don't like making controversial statements. I'm not that kind of person. Yeah. Yeah, I guess with the wing, you might identify as a sheesh. I'm surprised there hasn't been a Two-Tone wingage. Ella, if you go on VR channel, almost every anime girl you see is 95% man. Yes, 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 Super Typhon, that is pretty much true. You will definitely see a man. Absolutely. But man, this is just fantastic. The islands off the coast, absolutely stunning areas. Absolutely stunning. Mountains are fantastic. There's so many. We love our Murph. Yes, I always give a shout out to Murph too. Because like I said, I'm a big part of Murph's community. I'm his researcher, which is why you see all those slides. Because I'm doing research. Let's see. We're okay. So we're gonna head this way for about 25 more nautical miles. Then we'll turn left. We're gonna get through to the city of Patras, around that area. So we're going to get into more of the Greek city. Then after we get through Patras, we're going to actually head towards Corinth. And we're actually going to go through the isthmus of Corinth. We're going to fly over the city and go through the little isthmus. And after that, we just fly to Athens. It will be done for the stream. So, appreciate you guys coming here as well. It's currently been 3 hours and 27 minutes. Wow, that's it. Well, the first stream, if I remember correctly. Let's see if I can still have my first. Hey, Angry One Horn with the raid! Yo, my favorite Angry One Horn! What's up, my friend? Good to see you, Angry One Horn and Angry One Horn viewers. This is Flight for Strike 95 Flight Sim. I hope you had an amazing stream, Angry One Horn. Hello, Sergeant Staff, Dan 1066. Oh my goodness, it's great to see you guys here. So yes, we're about heading over to past the Ionian Islands. We're gonna head towards the mainland of Greece. It's great to see you guys. Let me show you the flight plan we've been doing so far. But it's great to see you guys here. Angry One Horn, I hope you had an awesome stream. If you feel like it, you can tell me where you went today. So guys, we're doing leg 3 of the 2017 Breitling DC-3 around the world trip. And we took off from Zagreb. We headed over down into Zagreb, which is the historic first settlement of Croatia. From there, we're currently heading towards the Adriatic Sea. We passed through the island of Corfu, and now we're heading to Lefkada. Once there, we would go over into Patras. Then through the city of Corinth, we'll be flying over a bit of the isthmus of Corinth. And then from the isthmus, we're going to head over to the city of Athens. We will definitely fly over a little bit of downtown. I'll go slower and fly over a bit of downtown. And it definitely takes some flying over a bit of the Parthenon. Then we'll head to the mountain and land at Eleftherios Venizelos International Airport, or Lima Golf Alpha Victor, which is Athens' primary international airport. We are less than 150 nautical miles away. Oh yeah, we're gonna fly over Athens. Yes, we're gonna fly over Athens. Oh, yeah, it's dope. Oh, what app is that? Well, let me tell you what this app is, Sasuke. It is one of the best freeware apps you can get in the sim. And in fact, once I got this little nav map, it's no looking back. And it is called Little Nav Map. It is Little Nav Map. This is the newest version that just got released. This app does so much for you. This app lets you create your own flight plans. You can do VFR flying. You can do IFR flying with this thing. You can do navigation. This is how I managed to do this entire around the world plan, was put the points on the map and follow exactly along. This tool also tracks your flight in real time by connecting to the simulator through SimConnect. It lets you have real-time navigation in the sim. Sasuke, this app is an actual, this app is an actual game changer. I never go on the sim without this app. It's so cool. You can do flight plans. It's actually how I do many of my series, by the way. Is through the app. There's so many amazing people. So, let me go ahead and get a shout out to Angry One Horn, a wonderful friend in the community. He makes some great content as well for GA. You can find really anything, and he also does some on-air stuff too. I recommend his channel. I also see my good friend Sergeant Staff is here as well. He has been doing the Shipwreck series when he visits the Great Lakes for the shipwrecks as well. But he also does GA. Ohio State Echelon 1984 is also here too. Oh yeah, anyone else says he prefers SimBrief. Oh, SimBrief is fantastic. I love using SimBrief as well. It's a great thing. In fact, I actually use SimBrief and Little Nav Map together. I use it together as well. Copy some of the information from SimBrief and put it into the Little Nav Map, so that way I have navigation from there. But yeah, it's great to be here too, guys. So, by the way, guys, if you're here for the first time, this is the historical recreation of the 2017 DC-3 trip done by Francisco Aguilio, along with the team at Breitling. And this was a dream that he waited for nearly 4 years before 2017 started. This was nearly 4 years of a journey. And we will be splitting this off into 39 streams, apparently. We'll be going through 39 different streams of flying the DC-3 around the world. It is going to be an absolutely fantastic flight. We'll be visiting destinations. We're going to be visiting Athens. We just started from Geneva last week. And we're going to be heading to many destinations, including today's destination in Athens, next week's destinations in Tel Aviv and Amman, Jordan, Dubai, Karachi, Pakistan, Nagpur, India. We've had Thailand, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, Singapore, Macau, Taipei, Shanghai, Anchorage, Seattle, San Francisco. We'll be visiting Houston, Oshkosh, New York City, Boston. These are just some of the destinations. No, we're not visiting Russia. That being said, Sasuke, I did fly through the heart of Russia in one of my other older Twitch series. It should be the 1926, on my YouTube channel, is the 1926 Berlin to Beijing trip that we did in the Yonkers G52. And since they couldn't fly through the other destinations, those pilots in 1926 actually had to fly through the heartland of Russia to get to Beijing. And they fall through much of it through the Trans-Siberian Railroad. Hey, not X-Pool, good to see you. Hey-o! Oh, you stopped by Russia? No. We did not stop by Russia. We flew through Russia. And that is most of the country, actually. I mean, oh, I need to turn left. No, wrong. No. Oh gosh, I got. Oh, I missed this turn. Oh, yeah, we flew through it. So, if you guys didn't know, he made some stops there. The Yonkers didn't have enough range. Russians don't consider flying to Russia. Yeah, it's a real shame political events overshadow Russia. Like, there are some beautiful places in the country. If you want me to recap that trip, we took off in that trip through Berlin, Tempelhof. Then we flew through into Kaliningrad, which at the time was Königsberg, through Gdansk. Then we made our way into Minsk. I believe we actually made our way through Smolensk. Then from Smolensk, we went there to Moscow, and we followed through much of the route through Nizhny Novgorod, Kazan, Ekaterinburg, Omsk, Novosibirsk, Krasnoyarsk, and one of the more beautiful areas of the trip, we went through to Irkutsk, and right next by to the humongous Lake Baikal, which is an absolutely stunning area of Russia. In fact, I actually have it in my Discord, Sasuke. If you join my Discord, it's got the 1926 Berlin to Beijing flight in there, and you can recreate the entire thing if you want to in the Yonkers. or any plane. And that's done by not just me, but it was also done by my good friend LDZA, who's another very valued member of the community. Oh yeah, Lake Baikal is amazing. Oh, definitely, Zagreb. Baikal is amazing. It's definitely my favorite landmark of Russia. It's definitely a real Baikal is awesome. It's great. It's got mountains. It's got lakes. Like, I love flying in that part of Russia. It's great. I love flying in that part of Russia. And I also did fly through a bit of Manchuria as well. Like the Harbin, Chenkun, Shinning, you go through the Chinese Riviera coast into Beijing. No. But it's 5,000 nautical miles, which is pretty insane. But this, I know the Berlin-Beijing flight was long. This flight, I mean, this series is making the Berlin-Beijing thing look like a minor flight. Because this isn't just from Berlin to Beijing to Russia. This is the entire world I have to be going through. So, but circumnavigating the entire planet. So, yeah, it's going to be crazy. So, yeah, guys, it's great to be here as well. Outside of the Sunday series, I'll also be doing Wednesdays. I'll be alternating between 3 potential series: a bush flight, an airline flight, and a ultralight city tour series, which I'll be touring the photogrammetry cities and exploring all the landmarks of the areas. Oh, what can you tell me? Tell me a bit about the nav map. Okay, so this nav map is completely free. There's a lot of things you can do with it. Let me go ahead and X out this. So, this is your little nav map. This is your program. There's a really cool manual online. You can read up all of it. You can actually do all sorts of different settings. So let's make a simple flight plan. Let's say we want to go through Athens to Istanbul. Let's do that. Let's go departure Athens. You can select the runway. Let's say we're going to take off from 03 right. And we're going to set LT. We're going to go with LTFJ, which is one of the other airports. If we're going to land runway 06. Okay. So there is just a basic plan. Now, if you want to do IFR flying, let's say you got something from Simbri, show your departure procedures. Go right. Let's see this. What would be a let's go with this one. Okay. You can put some waypoints from your Simbri. Then we're going to go with your arrival procedures. So you can put your arrival. Let's do 06. Now you can do an arrival approach. Let's do an arrival. Okay, let's do this. Let's do NSA-1G, and we're going to do this with an ILS 6 approach. And yeah, that's it. So this is an ILS approach. I did. And that is just a simple IFR flight plan with an actual ILS, the IFR flight plan. That's it. And you can do all of this. It's really simple. It's really easy to work with, and it's completely free. And this is just for IFR approach. Let's say if you want to do something a little different. Let's say you want to do a short sightseeing flight from Athens to Corfu. Let's say if you want to do some sightseeing flights. Let's do this. But you want to do some sightseeing exploring. So we can do, first we can do this, offer a flight plan. We'll be flying through the Acropolis. For me, I got a satellite mod for map. And from there, we'll be heading back up the coast. That you can do some avoiding. We can hit back on the land. And right here, we'll be flying along the mountains. Like this. Fly around some of the mountains, along the altitude. Have some lakes. And you can just do waypoints. And yeah, you can do something like this. Nice, simple flight plan through a bunch of Greece. You go through mountains and all that. Yeah, this nav map is it's a game changer. It allows you to create so many cool, unique flight plans, and it's not just good for just normal flying. It's great for me as a streamer because I can do all sorts of things with it. I can do group flights and take it to all sorts of places. It helps me when I stream because you guys know me, I am a big fan of exploring the world. But you can also do it for normally you explore something new and you create your own flight plans. But yeah, it's a great thing. And the manual right there got a really cool user manual as well. And on the website, you have a little nav map manual. You can go to anything you want and look at this even deeper if you wanted to. But yeah, that's a bit about the little nav map that I'm using. Very, very good. Does it give me a cruise altitude? No. Well, you can set this up if you want to. For example, SimBrief does. Yeah, SimBrief gives you a cruise altitude, but it's up to you to do it. However, what's really cool about Little Nav Map is all the different map settings. You can do a search information doc, and you can search up information like airports, runways, and all that. There's also this button. It's called the Flight Elevation button. And what this does, it will give you a safe cruising altitude, so you can cruise over most of the geographic features based on your flight. And that can give you a pretty much a safe altitude. So anything above that flight safe altitude is good. And that's great for VFR flying as well. There's also information doc. You can search airports, anything you want. But yeah, it's got tons of little features. It is a neat program. So it's great. I mean, once you use it, it's going to change how you flights. And that's rare that I say a freeware product will be. But I'm serious. Yeah, SimBrief is the one you do for IFR flight. If you go to SimBrief, it is great for your IFR flight. It's great for your IFR flight as well. I actually use this with Little Nav. That way that's why I have two ways to plan. That way, in case if I don't have SimBrief, I can always have my nav map have flight plans. But it gives you your cruising altitude, it gives you all that sort of stuff. And it's even got your top of descent and everything. It's really useful. SimBrief is great for your IFR flights. But you don't have charts on Little Nav Map, unfortunately. Now, if you want access to charts, I'd say the best place to get aeronautical charts is actually on BatSim. Now, you do need to have your real name and all that for BatSim, but it gives you the best location for charts. So that is just... Now, by the way, another really good website to get on charts, actually on, yeah, Chartbox. Chartbox is good, but you need to be on BatSim. Yeah, exactly. But that's the only place I know that can get really good charts. Yeah, you need to be registered on BatSim. But it's free, at least BatSim's free. You don't have to pay for BatSim, so that's good. Yeah, this area is absolutely beautiful. Yeah, oh yeah, Sky Vector too, Sky Vector. Yeah, Sky Factor is another one. Yeah, Sky Factor has charts too. So I don't know how it's up to date, but Sky Factor is another great resource. I do have a VATSIM account. However, I don't use VATSIM. Hopefully in the future I can use VATSIM. I'm not very good at communicating, socializing too well. I do have autism, so I do have some difficulty in communication. Like, I passed the basics, but I'm not really that good with like internet stuff. Hey, and Dietrich RSD with the follow. Good to see you, Dietrich. Welcome on to the Viper Shark Snake Pit. Yes, we're about 111 nautical miles away from our destination here in Athens. We took off from Zagreb, Croatia. We went down to the Adriatic Sea, and now we're back into Greece. So about next Sunday, we'll be going through Athens to Tel Aviv, and then we also are going to do one more short flight into Amman, Jordan, for that one. So it's going to be a short flight into Amman, Jordan as well. So first, we're actually going to do 2 legs of the trip first. First is a over 600 nautical mile flight from Athens to Tel Aviv through the Mediterranean, and then after we land at Ben Gurion, we'll do one more short flight from Ben Gurion over into Amman, Jordan. I just want to go ahead and take care of the short flight to Amman along with that arc, because after the flight to Amman would be so far the longest flight, and nearly cracking at 1,000 nautical miles across Saudi Arabia into Bahrain. So we have some pretty crazy flights. Oh, did the stream finish? I'm back. No, we're still going, Elfrack. We're about 100 nautical miles away from Athens. We're nearly done. We're nearly finished. You got hit back here a pretty good time. Okay. Wrong direction. Okay. I would try VATSIM, but I don't know my calls. Don't worry about it. Oh my god, it's like the formation blind. That is awesome. So, my nav map also is really cool. In addition to your normal maps, here's another really good site. Here's what I recommend, actually. And here's something I recommend doing. And here's something I recommend downloading, guys. And here's something else I recommend too. If you have a little nav map, Sasuke, I recommend downloading this. If you click the link, it'll take you to a page, and it will allow you to download Google Maps. And you can add Google Maps to your little nav map. That's actually what I'm using for my map. It's actually Google Maps, because it gives you satellite imagery and all that, which is fantastic for a lot of my flight plans. So to our right is Mount Kalini. This is the mountain to our right, further ahead. Should be there as well. Oh, you use this yourself? Yeah, I use it. It is a little add-on for the little nav map, but it's so useful. That's what I use for my little nav map. It gives you really good satellite data, and it makes especially the city tours that I do in Sasuke, which I tour the cities, it makes them so much easier, because with the satellite imagery, I can point exactly what landmarks I want to visit, what I want to cover, and it's great for all my series and stuff. If there's any landmarks to visit and all that, it just makes everything better. Hey, no worries. Like I said, I love it. I love helping the community. And it takes great pleasure for me to help out my community. Yep. But yeah, guys, I hope you guys are having a great weekend so far for the Raiders. I mean, so many awesome people here today. Thank you guys so much for coming along. More new follows as well as a very supportive community. So many new follows here. That is awesome. Bro, we did a landing at Sarajevo. Lots of mountains that said my autopilot or whatnot. Hey, at least you landed safely in Sarajevo. Sarajevo is the capital of Bosnia, Herzegovina. This city definitely has some pretty cool history. But of course, for many people, it's well known for its involvement in the Balkan Wars in the 1950s. There was some brutal fighting. But Bosnia is definitely nice. In fact, I think geographically, the Balkans all look really good. How much is left of the stream? We're flying at 167 knots and we're 95 miles away. So, if I did my nav calculations, we're around 57 more minutes, I think. So I think it's going to be allowed about 30 minutes or something. I think 30 minutes longer. But we're still going to do some flying around Athens as well. But yeah, we're going to fly around the city of Athens today. But mainly we're going to check out the park. So let me go ahead and go through another slide of my slideshow. Let's get that ready. So we'll be visiting the city of Kornet. So Kornet, Kornet's been around for a long time, but this one is the new city of Kornet, which was founded in 1858 as the new city of Kornet, after the earthquake actually destroyed the resistance settlement that was developed around the site of the ancient city. But Kornet's been around actually since ancient times. Its main industry is a major industrial hub at a national level, thanks to one of the largest oil refining complexes in Europe, the Kornet refinery, along with ceramic tiles, copper cables, gums, gypsum, leather, and more are produced nearby. But Kornet actually derived its famous name from ancient Kornet, one of the most important city-states in the area. Kornet developed as a commercial center during the ancient times. It was ruled by the Bacchiad family until it was overthrown by Syphilis between 650 and 550 BC. And then in 550 BC, an oligarchical government seized power and allied with Sparta within the Peloponnesian League and participated in both the Persian and Peloponnesian wars as an ally of Sparta. Then after the fall of Kornet in the hands of Rome, it was rebuilt as a Roman colony and flourished as a result. And then the old city was totally destroyed by a magnitude 6.5 earthquake, and they had to build a new city on top of it. And then again, the city itself, the new one, was destroyed by another 6.3 magnitude earthquake. And then there was a great fire again, so they had to rebuild the city quite a few times. Pretty crazy stuff. But ancient Kornet was not just important as a Greek city for many Christians. Corinth is well known for the two letters of St. Paul in the New Testament, 1st and 2nd Corinthians. It was also mentioned in the Acts of the Apostles as part of all the Apostles' missionary travels as well. So it's a big part of Christian mythology too. Yeah, as opposed to coordinates or Pacific. Yeah, I don't get it with American naming places after ancient cities. Like, come on, man. Like, really? Why would you name after ancient places? Oh crap, I'm 15%. I'm gonna have to refuel the main tank. Okay, so, I had to refuel the main tanks. I wasn't gonna make it initially on its own. So I had to refuel everything again. Everything. And what you by Corinth is actually isthmus. The narrow land bridge which connects the Peloponnese Peninsula to the rest of mainland Greece. The word isthmus comes from the ancient Greek word for neck, referring to the narrowest of the land. The idea for a shortcut to sea boats from sailing around the Peloponnese Islands was long considered by the ancient Greeks, but it didn't take all the way back into the modern era in 1830 after Greece's independence, and after 11 years of work in 1882, it was completed in 1893 as the Corinth Canal, which allowed Greek ships to travel through between the mainland and the Peloponnese Islands without having to go around. And that canal has actually been around It's actually 4 miles long, and it's 26 meters of wide, making it passable for modern ships, but enough for smaller ships to pass through the canal. But due to its narrowness, navigational problems, and periodic closures, it failed to attract the level of traffic expected by operators to this day. But we're going to be flying over the canal, so we're going to have pretty much fun. All good here, 43%. Nice. Hey, well, gotta go for dinner. Hope you're back in the time for the landing. Oh, enjoy your dinner, FD1003. Thanks for coming by again. Yeah, but it's great to see you here again, my friend. Hope you're doing well. It's great to see all you guys here, and I mean, we're not very far at all. We're actually 74 nautical miles out. Yeah, we're only 73 nautical miles out. Once we get to the isthmus of Corinth, we'll be heading straight back to Athens. Actually, speaking of this, once we get through the last hill, I'm actually going to drop down to around 1,500 feet. We'll drop pretty much lower altitude. We're going to have a lot of fun here as well. I hope you guys are enjoying the music. I love playing classical music on stream. I love playing classical music on stream. It's a lot of fun. Plus, it's nice and casual. It's chill. It's the way I think it's needed to be for a fight like this. He needs to be chill. Yeah, this has been a great stream. Today's been fantastic today. I mean, I've had lots of fun with you guys today. It's been 4 hours plus great streaming with all the guys. Oh, we typically can't hear it. Really? Oh no, really? Okay, let me go ahead and play the music thing back again. Sorry about that, Typhon. I'm really sorry. It says you cannot install the studio containment plugin. I'm so sorry. Oh, I like my music. I can hear it. You typically can't hear it. Okay, I restarted the music again, so thanks for letting me know. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and turn off the engine, and I'm going to descend a little. So I'm going to start descending a little bit. I want to get a little lower to the ground. I got oil on my yoke. Oh, what? Oh. Actually, yeah, you can put oil onto it, flight sim yoke. He's actually he put oil on it to lubricate the, on it. Basically, he actually put oil, he put lubricant on his, flight sim yoke and stuff. Sometimes, after long use, it gets sticky sometimes after use. So lubrication, he would lubricate the, yep. And that's how it gets to be so smooth. So he uses grease to kind of make it, more smooth and all that, and smoother lubricant. Alright, went out. Oh, you see how much more difficulty I've had with music. Yeah, at least my thing, the plugin's already installed into it. Oh, try Winamp. Oh, really? Wait, is that what you use, Kazaki? I never heard of Winamp. It's actually got a long history. But it's actually now from Microsoft, so apparently Winamp's history, originally part of AOL, then it was sold to a Belgian company, Great Anomaly, and then it became part of Microsoft. Oh, what do I think a streamer... Oh... keep it family friendly, Elcrack. Please keep it family friendly. Elcrack, please keep it family friendly. We are a family friendly stream. Please keep it that way. I don't want to sound like a church lady, but I want to keep it family friendly, please. But no. You should not be doing that sort of crap on the stream. I'm sorry. Hey, no worries, though, crack. But you can tell my reaction. I'm sorry, wrong stream. It is wrong. It is the wrong stream. No worries, my friend. I'm not gonna punish you. I'm not gonna punish people too much. But no. Okay. Yeah, I need to be put family friendly in attack. Stream info. Okay, family-friendly tag, okay. That one. It's now tagged. It's now done. No, I'm not banning you. I'll just have to ban them. No, I'm not gonna ban you, my friend. I mean, it's easy to forget. I'm not angry. Like, I probably should put it as a tag super type one, but I wish you could delete a comment, but maybe someone in the mods could delete that chat message. If someone could delete that chat message, I would appreciate it. But I'm not going to ban you for it, no crack. I'm not going to ban you. It's a rookie mistake. It happens. It happens for anything. Alright guys, and this here is Corinth. Welcome to the city of Corinth, guys. This is the city of Corinth. Yeah, you're back. We're not on final just yet. We're about to enter the isthmus of Corinth. We're back in the canal. Corinth. What happens if I'm watching a critic that's talking how Twitch, YouTube have been turned that bad? Oh, trust me. Yeah, some of the communities were not. Yeah, so this here is the isthmus of Corinth. There's the isthmus, as you can see here. It's not very wide. That happens, sorry. Hey, no worries. Trust me, yeah, YouTube, Twitch, and all that have issues. I'm very aware of it. I'm very much aware of it. Okay, guys, so finally, the last major slide is the city of Athens. This is one of the most famous capitals in all of Europe. It is the largest city in Greece, with a population of over 4 million, making it the 7th largest city in the European Union. In addition to its large size, Athens has been one of the oldest cities with recorded history spanning 3,400 years. In the classic times, Athens was a very powerful city-state, a center of the arts, learning, and philosophy, home to Plato's Academy and Aristotle's Lyceum. And it's where the Western civilization was created. In more modern times, it's now currently a cosmopolitan metropolis and is a center central to economic, financial, industrial, maritime, and more in Greece. It still retains many of its classic ancient monuments, of course being the Parthenon. Also features many Roman, Byzantine, and even Ottoman monuments. It's also home to 2 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, the Acropolis and the Delphine Monastery. It's also hosted the first Modern Olympic Games in 1896, and it hosted it 108 years later in 2004. making it one of the only few cities on the planet to have hosted the Olympics more than once. It's got a very rich history as well. It's got lots of parks, zoos, it's got metropolitan areas. Some of its sister cities include its currently twinned with cities like Los Angeles and New York in the United States, Nicosia in Cyprus, and Beijing, China as well. It's home to Greece's largest airport, Athens International, and it's got rich in culture, architecture, sculptures, museums, and sports too. In terms of landmarks, obviously everyone knows about the Parthenon, but there's plenty of other landmarks within Athens that it's definitely worth checking out. Obviously, there's a whole museum dedicated to it, known as the Acropolis Museum, and it features some of the most famous artifacts found in the Acropolis site to be found in the museum. There's also an Hadrian's Library, a Roman coin that was founded back during the Roman days, and it was used to store papyrus, the Greek equivalent of books, as well as hosting music in music rooms. Then there's the Pantheonic Stadium, made completely from marble, and it's where much of the 1896 Summer Olympics were actually held in this stadium. Then there's the Syntagma Square, is the bustling hub of the city, where you can find Greece. And finally, the last historical site is one of the most famous archaeological sites in Greece. A temple dedicated to the head honcho of the Olympian gods, Zeus. So, of course, since we are in Greece, of all things, let's go ahead and talk about one of the most famous landmarks in all of Greece, the Acropolis of Athens. This ancient citadel is located on the Acropolis of Athens. It contains several ancient buildings that are great architectural and historical significance, mainly the Pantheon. The word Acropolis actually goes back to the Greek words akron, which is high point, and polis, which means city. So it means high city. There are many of those in Greece, although one in Athens is the most famous. While there was evidence it was inhabited, that the hill itself was inhabited back to 4 million BC, it was Pericles, a very famous Greek politician and general during the Golden Age of Athens, ordered the construction of the buildings which still remains present, including the Parthenon, the Pompeia, the Arachnaion, the Temple of Athens, and the Temple of Athena Nike. The Parthenon and all those were severely damaged in 1687 by the Venetians during the Mauryan War, when gunpowder was actually stored by the Turkish rulers and was hit by Venetian bombardment explosion. There's so many famous buildings. In fact, there's still some archaeological links you can still find today here in the Acropolis. They include the Parthenon, the old Temple of Athena, Pompeia, and more. Currently, there's been a restoration project that's still been going on since 1975 to reverse the centuries of attrition, pollution, destruction. And it's still going on to this day. But even as of now in 2021, they added new reinforced concrete paths. And this is still incredibly significant for Athena. Every 4 years, Athenians have a festival that has rivaled the Olympics. And still a huge piece of Western civilization. Finally, we get to the Parthenon. The Parthenon is by far the most famous of all the buildings here on the Acropolis. It was dedicated to the goddess Athena, which Athens got its name from. Athena in Greek mythology was associated with wisdom, warfare, and handicraft. During the 5th century BC, its decorative structures were considered some of the high points of art and enduring symbol of ancient Greece. It was actually built in Thanksgiving for the Hellenic victory over the Persian invaders during the Greco-Persian War. It also served as the city treasury. it took around, let's see, it took around 9 years to get this thing built. And then decoration was worked on for another 6 years until it was completed in 432. And then, during the 660 AD, the Parthenon was converted into a Christian church, believe it or not, all things. And then after the Ottomans took it over, it became a mosque. And of course, like I said, with the siege of the Acropolis, much of it destroyed the Acropolis and severely damaged the Parthenon. And here's an interesting museum piece. From 1800 to 1803, the 7th Earl of Elgin took down some of the surviving sculptures known as the Elgin marbles, which is considered by many to be vandalism and looting. And since 1975, there have been many large-scale restoration projects to restore this place to hopefully to keep it integral for some more generations of Athenians and Greeks to look on it with time. So here's kind of some statistics. It's 69.5 by 30.9 meters, which is 220 feet long by 101 feet tall. Its height is 45 feet tall. And it had a lot of history. Its sculptures were meticulously crafted. And it's got a long history. So that is the Parthenon, guys. That is a bit about the history of this place as well. So here, guys, we'll turn left, and we can see Athens. So yeah, we can actually see Athens here, guys. Welcome to one of the most iconic cities in Athens. I mean, what an absolutely beautiful sight here today. So I visited Athens on one of my older streams back in the old days. It's been a while since I visited the ancient city, but it's got so much history and charm. It's a beautiful place to visit. Guys, we finally made our way to Athens, Greece. Guys, welcome to Athens. Hey Martel, long time no see. You came here just in time. We're in Athens. It took us over 4 hours to get this one done, Martel, but we're finally here in Athens. So you came here just in time, Martel. We took off from Zagreb, we went to Zadar, and flew through much of the Adriatic Sea. And I discussed everything you need to know about Greece. Greek history, cuisine, culture, society. I mean, who doesn't love Greece in terms of cultural? So we're gonna fly over some of this area. I actually, and finally, guys, before we wrap up, let me give you a few quick facts before we end up in the apartment. So let's talk about some fun facts about Greece you may not know. You're not allowed, if you're a woman, forget your high heels and if you ever visit the Acropolis, because you might ruin the monuments in Greece, at least not on the ancient historic sites. The highest ever temperature in Europe was actually recorded here in 1977 at 118 degrees Fahrenheit, 40 degrees Celsius. Greece is very famous for marble. In fact, contributes to 7% actually is Greece. And this, you would think Christmas would be a big deal, but in fact, Easter is a bigger importance than the Christmas for much of Greece. And that's because, as part of the Eastern Orthodox Church, the resurrection of Christ is the biggest celebration of the year. Greeks often wave their palm closed. If you wave it with this, it's an insult. I apologize to any of the Greeks. And finally, Greece has more varieties of olives than any other country in the world. They have so many different cultivars of olives. Oh, you did your first flight next plane, King Journey Scoop. I hope it went okay. I hope that went well. I hope that went well for you. Okay, guys, we're going to turn our heading, and there's our Acropolis up there, guys. There it is. There's the reason why we came here today. Oh. Welcome to Athens. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, but it's not the same as Microsoft. I'm going to go out and turn off the gyro power. We're going to turn off the gyro pilot on the full throttle. And we're going to take a picture to, we're going to fly over the Acropolis for all the viewers in the back. Well, let's go ahead and tour the Acropolis for a little bit, guys. Then we can make our way back to Athens International and we can wrap up the stream. But man, this is a great flight, guys, and the support today has been outstanding as usual. Like, you guys have all been MVPs today. So here it is, guys. This is the part of a good stream. Have to run errands. Thank you so much for flying along, Mongo. I hope to see you again on the next streams. This is the Acropolis. So down over here is the old amphitheater. Yes, they did amphitheater performances in the Acropolis. And there's the Parthenon. See, the top of it got blown up. That was because of the Venetian bomb that hit it in 1687. It is. Athens is a beautiful city. I would love to see a Greece World update. Actually, is Greece getting a World update sometime soon? I know New Zealand's getting an update. I hope Greece gets one. What a fantastic sight. Beautiful, beautiful scenery. And an absolutely gorgeous sight. Is this standard scenery? It is standard scenery, friends all. It is standard scenery. It is very much standard scenery. So yes, it's all standard. So here it is, guys. Let's go ahead and get a great picture. Okay, this wasn't safe. This was not safe. Oh yeah, actually speaking of which, you see the stadium right here? That is the stadium made of marble in front of me. This will be our final pass by. What is the best one? And pause. Have to pause. Oh, this is a beautiful shot. Beautiful. Perfecto. Guys, you know where this is going, right? This is going to my Discord. Absolutely stunning scene. Alright, guys. That wraps up our tour of the Acropolis, which is a POI landmark in the sim, and I thought this would be a good time to do it. Finally, we have one final slide about Greece today, and that is Athens International Airport, Lima Golf Alpha Victor. It's actually known by its full name as LDZA-LGAV International. It began operation back in March 28, 2001. It is the largest and busiest airport in all of Greece. Thankful. It is the largest and busiest airport in Greece. It replaced the longtime airport of Kalyan International. In 2021, it is the 15th busiest in all of Europe and is the busiest in the Balkans. It serves all sorts of international destinations. It serves destinations in Europe, the Middle East, North America, and more. Mainly flown by its main airline, Aegean Airlines. They serve all sorts of destinations around, not just around the world, but all around Greece. Beautiful little airport as well. Yeah, like Rome, yeah, there's no need for skyscrapers. They're just, because it's such an older city, they want to preserve the land. So that's it, guys. We have now just wrapped up our final slide for today's stream. And we made our way through Athens. What a great stream, guys. Great job, everyone. Let's see if we can get some land predictions, guys. So we're about to end this trip. Exclamation point, predict, type in negative number, and let's see what prediction, what landing that you guys think I can actually do. This has been Fight for 95 Flight Simulation, and we'll be honored to carry you guys in the air today as part of Firefly Air as well. So we're going to go ahead and... But today has been an awesome stream. We got to tour Athens for a bit. We got to tour a bit of Sadar. And I hope you guys came out of this stream really, really impressed with the information. I hope you guys like the information on the work I've done. I know I spent a lot of time, but it's you guys that I care more about. You guys. We'll go ahead and turn. Right. And we're gonna land on runway 21 right. Is the runway we're landing for today. But yeah, today's been awesome. I mean, thank you guys so much for the support. So many new calls. 4, 5, 8 new calls. Oh, goodness, guys. I mean, 3 streams and I've already racked up a lot. This has been awesome. Everyone, their support has been outstanding. A massive thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and take off the gyro pilot, and we're going to go round for final. We can wrap up our trip in Athens. So yeah, so for the plans, we're going to be going back to Firefly Air, and we'll be doing a airliner flight from Quito to Cusco. So that will be for Wednesday and for Sunday. We're going to be heading back off from Athens. And we're going to actually have 2 destinations today. First is the long one. We're going to take off from Athens and head our way over to Tel Aviv in Israel. This will be my first time visiting the city in Microsoft, believe it or not. I wanted to see Tel Aviv. And then afterwards would be a nice short leg from Tel Aviv. We'll be visiting the Jordanian city of Amman in Jordan, which is Israel's one of its next door neighbors. That actually isn't hostile. So yeah, that is going to be for the next 2 streams. I'll be talking about talk about Israel for a bit, about its history, obviously the history of the Holy Land and everything, but also a bit about Jordan too. And then after that one, oh boy, we might reach over 1,000 miles for the next one. And that's be through the Arabian Desert. This time I would probably go really, really fast for that one, around 100 to 200 knots for that one. Okay. Okay. Train. There is Athens International. Okay, we're going to turn left. Final. Final, guys. This is going to be good. This is going to be a 4 hours of long flying. 4.5 hours, guys. That was shorter than the last one by... I mean, I would like to see how much shorter my round flight was for the first one. Check. Got my landing. A little bit of throttle, just a bit of lift. This is going to get interesting. Touchdown. -123, really, that was a great landing. Woo. Nicely done. Butter, that was good. Great. Okay, let's get her parking the taxiway. Let's see what we actually. Let's go to this. Yeah, let's taxi left. Yeah, there's some pretty small parking in that section, so let's over. But that was a great land in the DC-3. DC-3 is not the easiest plane to land in the sim, so I'm gonna go ahead and press forward. But this was a very nice plane. Awesome job, guys. Whew. That was a good one. And DC-3, So, according to my FS Hub, we actually, it was 4 hours and 19 minutes. Max of 177 knots, minimum of 161, which is perfectly good in the DC-3. That was a fantastic flight through much of it as well. Very, very happy with the flight. Yeah, it was great to actually be in the DC-3 and with you. That's it. We're just going to park taxi to the right, and we're going to find some small. So yeah, guys, I hope you guys have a great rest of the weekend. I know you guys have some really cool things to do. So we have quite a few people we can raid today. Who do you guys want to raid today? I'm not going to raid the Shadows today. I've already raided them last week. So I'm going to raid someone else differently. Let's see. I think I found someone to raid. And we are going to park. And that, okay, that's it. We can turn off the engine switches, and we can be pretty much done. And we are done. So that's it. And that is it, guys. We have done it. Welcome to Athens, Greece. I can't believe this, guys. We are finally done with the stream. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9. Thank you guys so much for coming today on today's stream. Man, what a great flight. So I think I know exactly who we're going to be visiting today. I think we are going to rate Iceman's stream today. I wanted to thank him for helping me out earlier today, and he wanted to rate me, but instead I'm going to rate him. I'm going to give him a nice surprise today, and I think he'd be a really deserving pick for the raid. So guys, thank you so much for coming along on today's stream. You guys have all been appreciated today. We're going to be doing the DC-3 we're going to do the 737 airliner flight on Wednesday, Ito to Cusco, guys. This should be fun. And finally on Sunday, see you guys we're going to take off in Athens. We're going to be heading to Tel Aviv and Amman, Jordan. So guys, thank you so much, and see you guys. See you back on Wednesday. Take care, everyone.